Hey there, friends. Hello, welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Technically speaking, we are Slant Golf tonight, but we are live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Here in the sim, live from Albuquerque, New Mexico. However, we're getting ready to do a little Texas two-step here as the Houston and Fort Worth ARTCCs are teaming up to host what they call the Texas Triangle. I guess the Texas Triangle is a supersized version of a orchestra instrument, percussion instrument? No, I don't know. No, the Texas Triangle is formed by Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, and so that is what they are staffing up tonight, in addition to a couple of others. Well, let's see. We got on VATUSA.net, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. Let's look at the one for tonight. It is this one over here, Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, but they're also staffing up Austin, and they're staffing up Dallas, Love, and Austin, in addition to DFW and Houston and San Antonio. So a good amount of air traffic control expected for tonight. We're over here in Albuquerque. Albuquerque Center is on. Albuquerque Approach is on. Albuquerque Ground is on. So we'll have some ATC here at our origin. And then down here in San Antonio, we've got delivery ground and tower staffing, as well as approach. And, of course, Houston and Fort Worth Centers lit up. And then our second leg tonight is going to take us up to Memphis. We got Memphis Center staffed up as well. Now, these two flights together might extend beyond the end of the air traffic control coverage. We'll get at least one flight in with full ATC staffing throughout this area, and then we'll just see as much of the second leg as we're able to complete prior to everybody calling it a night. But anyway, that's our plan. We're in the BAe-146. We are flying as Continental Express, a fictional pair. I had said United Express, I think, in the teasers that I put out, and then I couldn't find. I know that I had a United Express livery in this aircraft in 2020, but I wasn't able to find it in 2024. So we flipped the script and changed it to Continental Express. Of course, Continental then got kind of purchased out by United anyway, eventually. But Continental Express were performing as, what was it called? It was called Presidential Airlines, and their call sign was Washington Eagle. So that's what we've signed on as, Washington Eagle 5514 with the Continental Express livery and the BAe-146, and Albuquerque to San Antonio to Memphis in a couple of very, very fictional historical hops. Historical fiction. We're going to write a lot of it tonight. So we can get into the aircraft here and go ahead and get started setting up. I do need to move controls into, let's see, I need to move controls into position here. I didn't start SPAD.next, so I guess I'm not moving any controls anywhere. So we'll let that boot up in the meantime. I'll show you what we've got for our Slant Artwork adventure so far this evening. Our Slant Artwork adventure, in case you're new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, a little side activity that we do on the stream where we feed a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it create an image that's roughly representative of the stream that night. And then once you guys see it, you can kind of cut loose on it. You can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, or also known as the Alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And that will put you in the queue to add to this image or modify this image however you see fit. When I call your name, you can just let me know in the chat what you'd like to do to it. But this is our image so far. This is a little Texas-themed night. So we got the dogs, the furry co-pilots all dressed up as Texas cowpoke. So there you go. That's where we're starting the image, and you guys can let me know what you'd like to do to it from there. All right, now let's see if... okay, so there's my spoiler lever. That one just stays down. These four just need to stay there, I guess. Yeah, I think that's it. Everything else is starting where it needs to start, so we should be good there. Candy Monster is here. Bad Dave is here. Ruby the Juice is here. JJ is stopping in as well. Welcome in, guys. Pile in. Steal a seat real quick. We'll get the tablet moved over off to the side so I can see my radio panel. And let's get started. I'll show you. We got the first flight plan filed. I guess I'll switch up to the high routes here. So it's the I guess it's Manzino. I have no idea. Manzino to CME, which I forget what that's called. Chisholm VOR. So Manzino 3 departure Chisholm transition. Then we're going to pick up Q20. Q20 comes down here to the Junction VOR, also known as Travel. However, Junction and Travel are not exactly co-located, so even though Travel is a transition route on the arrival, the Duncan to arrival, it was making me put both right next to each other. I knew that was going to confuse the FMC. So I just said, okay, well, our en route portion ends at Junction, and then we'll just go direct to this point, Airball, which is co-located with the Chester Point VOR, but it's called Airball on the FMC, and then that'll start the arrival into San Antonio, which I haven't pulled up the charts for yet. This is the Manzino departure, eastbound to Del Sol, and then south here to Manzino, and then south and east to Chisholm. Haven't pulled up the arrival yet. It's a little bit of a longer flight, hour and 40, hour and 45, something like that. So that's why I say we got two flights of that length tonight. Probably will extend past the end of the air traffic control coverage. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. I know we got Albuquerque local control waiting on me. PXV out. It's Presidential Airlines, but the call sign is Washington Eagle. And I did put that into my flight plan so that the controllers will have a clue as to who the heck I am. But we'll see how well or poorly I remember that. Information Lima 3041. Landing and departing runway 8. Okay, eastbound, so that's good. We filed the correct. This is one where if you were departing westbound, there's a separate procedure that takes you out to this point here. So the fact that I filed the Manzino meant that I had an inkling that we might be departing on one of the eastbound runways, and so that has panned out to be correct. So that's good. One less item that we'll have to change as we get going here. All right, let's go ahead and go. We've got the tablet. Let's go to the aircraft. The chocks are on already. Let's get the passenger door and cargo doors open there. Are we in pounds? Yeah, we are. Okay, let's go ahead and get battery switches on and the nav lights on. Let's go up to the overhead high. Let's get logo lights, no smoking lights, cabin emergency lights can be armed. The avionics masters, there's 5 of those. Whoops. Okay. Brake fans can go to auto. Anti-skid and lift spoiler systems can come on. We'll jump down to the, oops, didn't mean to do that. We'll jump down to the overhead low. And that's when we will hit the bus ties, AC and DC. We will get the standby generator and inverter armed. The APU gen switch can come on. The left inner fuel pump. We'll go ahead and start the APU. Center tank transfer can go to auto. And then we will wait just a moment for that APU to spool up and for power to become available. Yeah, so we should hear the electric solenoid click on once the APU is producing power, and then we'll get the APU air and one of the 2 PAX systems on once we have that. A little bit of an undocumented checklist item to take care of while we're waiting on that. All right, there we go. APU air, pack 1. Galley switch and flight deck emergency lights can go to armed, and then I can scooch down to the next list here. Next list has us going to the main panel. The master warning knob's already pulled out, nice and red. We'll get the nav 1 and the DME, and we'll get the nav 2. Jump down to the bottom. COM 1, COM 2, ADF 1, ADF 2, And then the entry units for our flight management system, captain and first officer side. Don't need to really wait for the boot up screens. We can come down here and yaw damper can come on, brake temp monitor can come on. We can go into transponder mode. I think I saw on VATSIM radar I had a squawk assigned already, but I didn't see what it was. I didn't write it down. We'll just go ahead and get our clearance normally. I won't cheat this time. I'll actually wait and get our squawk actually from the ground controller. Little Beef Bowl has hit the follow button. Little Beef Bowl, you're going to start getting me hungry already. We've just started the stream. Alright, welcome. Appreciate you being here. And let's go ahead and get the payload and fuel. I always just say like 80 passengers is fine. And we can do 2,400 pounds in the front. And then we'll take a similar size load in the aft. Let's go for fuel. We do the 8167. So we'll fill the wing tanks all the way full. And then what did I want in the center tank? 4,000 in the center tank will do. Enter. Let's just do an instant refuel. But then we'll start the boarding process. Oh, I guess I need to like lower that by 1 and then raise it by 1 and get it back to 80. Okay, so we got cargo and passengers, 10 minutes by jetway. Let's go ahead and start that boarding process. And that is underway. Okay, very good. Our flight plan is filed. We can fetch the ATIS information. I just like doing that by text. 304. Oh, we did that like 5 minutes ago. Hasn't changed in the last 5 minutes. That's good. So 3041 and information Lima, and the temperature's 18. We'll need that when we get over to our thrust management system. We can jump up front here. We can set our 3 altimeters real quick. 3041. Nice high pressure day. This is one of those days where it really becomes critical for you to set that. Look at its 500-foot difference almost. Standard versus local. So that's a good example of why it is critical to get that right. Don't forget that step. When it's closer to standard, I guess it doesn't matter as much, but a day like today, you don't want to get that wrong. 3041. And then let's just go ahead and set the temperature while we're thinking of it. What did I say it was? 18? Chilly day in the desert. Mid-60s. What are we looking at weather-wise? Just so when I give a passenger briefing, I'll know what the heck I'm talking about. So mid-60s. I think it was fairly light winds. Yeah, partly cloudy. Partly cloudy. Mid-60s. Light winds. Do I even see? I don't even see a... I don't even see a wind listed here. Yeah, interesting. There's no... Oh, wait a minute. It's there toward... well, no, it's in the TAF. So there's no wind listed. But the TAF says... the TAF says it's predicted 09022 gust to 36. So we'll call it very heavy, gusty winds. I'm assuming... now is pretty similar to that, but we'll say, what's the... Yeah, 23 gusting to 28 up there at Double Eagle. 15 gusting to 22 over here at Moriarty, just to the east. So it's calmer to the, calmer to the south. Gustier up here in Santa Fe. So we'll say very, very heavy gusty winds coming out of the east with few skies and mid-60s temps. So when we give our briefing to our passengers, we'll let them know. We expect pretty turbulent departure getting up to cruise, and then hopefully we'll find smooth air when we get up there. But we'll cover all that when we talk to them here in just a moment. Field elevation 5,355 feet, And that's very close to what the altimeters are showing, so altimeters are set correctly and reading properly. On the comm radios, let's jump down here. We got ground on 121.9er. Let's just stay on comm 1 since we've only got ground and then departure. Well, let's do ground over here, 21.9er. And we can switch over to comm 2. Okay, so transmitting and receiving on comm 2. Yeah, we'll accept that. So 21.9er. The departure frequency is 27.4, I bet. I mean, that's just a guess based on who's currently online. And the Albuquerque Center, oh, I've got 2 of those. I'm not sure whether it's going to be 32.8 or 20.97. So yeah, I don't really know. But anyway, so ground's over here, departure's over here. And let's get ready to copy down our clearance. Departure runway 8, we already know that. And departure frequency we said was most likely 127.4. So we'll just fill in a few things that we're pretty sure we know ahead of time. And that way when we go to copy our clearance, it won't be as much for us to scribble down. Albuquerque ground. Washington Eagle 5514, information Lima, IFR to San Antonio.
Washington Eagle 5514, Albuquerque ground, good evening. You are cleared to the San Antonio Airport, Manzano 3 departure, Chisholm transition, then as filed. Climb via SID. Expect flight level 270 in 10 minutes. Departure on 127.4, squawk 1524.
Okay, we're cleared to San Antonio, Manzano 3 departure, Chisholm transition. We'll climb via SID. Expect 270 in 10 minutes. Departure 127.4, squawk 1524 for for Washington Eagle 5514.
Washington Eagle 5514, readback is correct. Push and start your own discretion. Call me back holding short of Charlie for taxi.
Alright, call you short of Charlie, Washington Eagle 5514. So how many times am I going to mess up that call sign? Over under is what, 7.5 or so? Okay, so no surprises in the clearance. We're good to go. That basically means we can go ahead and jump down into the boxes here and get everything set up. Let's just go to the menu over here. Let's just go to flight plan over here. We're at KABQ. Enter accept. We're going to go to the menu and to the departures. Runway number 8, choice number 2. On the Manzano, number 4. And Chisholm is number 1. Enter. We'll put all that in the flight plan. We'll go to the next page. After CME, it's UNOS, U-N-N-O-S. Whoop, there is where it goes. Whoops. U-N-O-S, enter, accept. And then it's Q20. So let's go to get a list of airways off of UNOS. Okay, Q20 is the only choice, so yeah, that's what we'll take. That will go to JCT, which is choice 4, enter.
Good evening,
okay, so it's automatically populated the points in between. And then it's going to be Airable and the Duncan 2. Let's see, can we get a guess as to which direction we're going to be landing at San Antonio? Let's just preview it.
Expect flight level 390
ILS runway
in 1
4,
minutes.
so that's what we'll put in for now.
127.4.
And if that changes between now and the time we get there, that's fine, but at least we can put that in as a best guess for at the moment, and we'll adjust as necessary. But
Chisholm transition, then as files, climb via seat, maintain, 39001 winds after.
KSAT, accept,
squawk 1551,
and we'll go to menu, and arrivals.
Heavy, readback is correct. Push the
we're
start
gonna,
discretion. Call me back holding short of Alpha for taxi
runway
information.
4, option number 1, and it is the Duncan 2, option number 3, from travel, but we're going to need to I wonder if we can just skip the transition, because there wasn't one. Yeah, so there's no transition, then the Duncan 2. ILS 4, enter. And then, I guess let's take a sneak peek here. I wasn't planning on pulling all this stuff up just yet. But San Antonio, ILS runway 4, and then let's look at the Duncan 2, and then Duncan 2 continuous. Continuation, rather. So Duncan 2, landing runway 4.
Walker 81 is ready for taxi.
Low, and then radar vectors.
Walker 81, runway 8, taxi via Foxtrot Golf.
Okay, so it ends up, it's kind of a downwind for runway 4, so low at 6,000, and then a downwind to runway 4, so we're kind of coming on a left downwind to runway 4. So is there a specific... Yeah, it looks like Frieza. Does Frieza come off of the Duncan arrival? It doesn't, but it is kind of that left downwind, so it almost makes sense that it probably lines up pretty well. So we'll just go ahead and say Frieza is a likely transition point. That takes us to Avery. Okay, and that's a 10-mile final. Okay, so we'll say Frieza is the likely transition point. And we'll put that in. Enter. And flight plan. So next. And then we've got the... So we'll talk about the altitudes on the arrival when we get there. Okay, so I'm good with all that. We've got the nav system set up. Squawk is 1524, so I can come down here. We already put it into transponder mode, but I can at least dial in the correct number now. Let's go back to the front panel. The heading bug on the Manzano, 079er, but then we're going to turn immediately onto our path. So it is a pilot nav departure. So we'll set 079er in the heading bug just to have it in case we have some sort of an issue we need to return to the airport. We'll have the heading bug starting with the direction that we're going, and then we'll plan from there. However, we are going to most certainly plan to have this in RNAV mode, and pretty much starting in...
Walker 81, you can switch over to Albuquerque departure now, 127.4. Have a good flight.
Yeah, LNAV mode.
All right,
Okay.
Walker 81 switching.
The initial altitude we said was 200. So we're going to go ahead and get that dialed in here. 200 via the SID. Now, I better make sure... Yeah, let's cap it at 9,000 and make sure that we... I doubt very highly we're going to have a problem busting 9,000. It's only 3 miles. Well, let's just make sure. We'll start it at 9,000, make sure we don't bust that altitude. And then as we pass Ugolo, well, we can pop it up to 200. And we're going to be at 11.5 by there, but I don't think that'll be an issue. Okay. Okay, so I'm happy with that now. We got the altitude and heading set, and but we are going to start in LNAV mode, so we're good. Flight directors, initial altitude, yeah, we're good. All right, fueling and boarding was just now completed, so we are set. We can get over here. We can We can set the trim by touching the center of gravity. That's all done. Parking brake is set. We've got brake pressure. Wheel chocks can be removed. Oxygen system 1 and 2 can come on. We got a raid coming in. Who's hitting us with the raid? I hear the sound. Dryson! We're hitting us with the raid. Dryson, thank you very kindly for the support of the channel. Hope that y'all had a good stream.
Not that I know of.
And as you're coming over to us, you are just hitting us at the beginning. We're getting ready to fly the JustFlight BAe-146 from Albuquerque down to San Antonio on the VATSIM network. Got a pretty good amount of VATSIM air traffic control coverage with the Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops event. Look at all this VATSIM air traffic control we got on tonight. So we should have a nice busy evening for you. Come on over, and yes, it is an underrated plane, Dryson. I agree with you, but it's a lot of fun. We fly it a lot on this channel. This is a great aircraft. So tracks removed, elevator trim set. Everything else was confirmed. Oxygen systems were turned on. Let's get up to the overhead low, and let's get our fasten seatbelt signs on. Cabin cruise pressure 27,000. Ice detection on and guarded. We'll get the engine anti-ice on just for the startup sequence here. Then let's go down to the TMS. I already dialed in the temperature. We got the cruise power of 720 set just for now. Takeoff's going to be 90.4. Let's go ahead and set our bugs accordingly.
Yeah, 621 at gate Alpha.
Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Continental Express Flight 5514 service to San Antonio, Texas. We're due to push back from the gate here in just about 1 minute. We should be pretty close to on time, and wheels up scheduled to be a quarter till the hour. We'll be pretty close to that, getting up and underway for you. An hour 38 in the air. Once we get airborne, we're cruising at 27,000 feet. Weather here at San Antonio is partly cloudy skies, mid-60 temperatures, and very strong gusty winds coming out of the east. So we do expect quite a bit of bumping around as we make our way up to cruise. And we ask that you fasten those seatbelts 1 notch extra tight for us as we make our way through that. Once we get up to 27,000, hopefully we'll find a nice cruise, nice smooth cruising altitude for you to make it down into Texas. So we'll give you an update on the weather situation in San Antonio once we get underway and get ready to start our descent there. But for right now, welcome aboard, fasten in tightly, and we'll get underway as shortly as we can here. Continental Express Flight 5514 service to San Antonio. All right, we'll push back. We're just going to push straight back, and then we're going to pivot out to the left. Oh, did we not get that?
Cabin is secure.
All right, we're working on it. Let's pre-plan our push back. We'll just push straight back, and then we'll go out to the left. Okay, so to there is fine. I will request our tug. That should be coming. Yeah, so straight push should be fine. And we'll go ahead and release the parking brake. And we'll release the hold. Oh, beacon light can come on. Pack off. Remaining fuel pumps on. Start master, start selector. And we get underway with the number 4. Alright, yeah, beacon light, pack, fuel pumps, start master. Okay, 2% in, fuel comes in. I don't really know how far back I asked it to push. Hopefully it's stopping soon. Yeah, good. Alright, the number 4 is up and running. Let's switch up here and get the number 3 going. Who else came over? We got Dryson, we got Agent Prest. Oh, good to see you guys. Okay, 2%. Bring the fuel in. As soon as it gets up through 10%, it'll start surging up. Red light will go off. We'll move on to the number 2. There she goes. Now she's rolling. Alright, up top. 2. Start. %, fuel in. Alright, surging up. Red light's off. Up top, number 1. Start. We've got the aircraft to our left is pushing as well, so he'll probably go before us.
Ground Tropical Heavy, short of Alpha, ready to go.
Starfleet 1, runway 8, taxi via Alpha.
8 by Alpha, Tropical Heavy.
Alright, once it starts rolling, we'll jump up top. We'll close up the start process. Okay, good. Start selector off, start master off. The engine anti-ice can come off. Screen and probe heats can come on. Generators can come on. The packs can come back on. Up top we can go to the hydraulic pumps, and we'll get the hydraulic crossfeed pumps on. R6 Chavez is here. Okay. Think I got everything in that. Alright, flight control check. Oh, let's go ahead now.
Ground Tropical Heavy, short of 8, ready to go.
Standby altimeter.
Starfleet 1 Heavy.
Flight control check. Don't have a gauge for the rudder or the elevators, but we'll make sure someone outside lets us know that they are good. We'll go ahead and get flaps 18. The United just messaged me and apologized for pushing right back into me and cutting me off, but no, he's fine. I told him he's fine. Still waiting for flaps to get out to 18. We can go ahead and engage our master warning system. We do have a couple warnings still showing. That's normal. Parking brake can come off, and that should, yeah, that'll cancel all the rest of the warnings. And we'll hold the brakes in. Once flaps are confirmed in 18, we'll hit the config check, and everything should be good to go. All right, let's take a moment since that United's still there. Let's take a moment. So this is this is our airport diagram at our origin. This is the ILS at our destination. I haven't pulled up the. So we should have this. This is airport diagram. Okay, we're up here, so we're expecting to go to runway 8. So this should be short of Charlie. So Charlie's out to our east, and then it's a real short taxi out there. Manzino departure. Remember, we just got to make sure we get the aircraft pointed immediately to Del Sol, and then after we pass Uglo, then we can increase past 9,000. This is just the text description. Honestly, there's not too much on that I don't already know, so I'm going to close that just for declutter purposes. This is our arrival procedure. You know, again, the text description is helpful, but I've already got the picture from this, and we just know we're going to go to lone at 6,000 for 4. There's the ILS for runway 4. Let's just go ahead and pull up the destination airport diagram just so I don't wonder where it is later. And there we go. Okay, he's rolling, so we'll roll. Okay, we'll go ahead and get taxi lights on. Oh, yeah.
United 621. West taxi going short to Charlie.
621, just a heads up, Charlie's a movement area if you need to call before you get onto Charlie. No big deal right now, but runway 8 taxi via Charlie Alpha.
Charlie Alpha, I thought you told me to call you short by Charlie 621.
Yeah, but you entered Charlie.
Yeah, that means before you get onto Charlie.
Alright, so we got minimum departure fuel. We got plenty because we got enough for 2 legs. Brake check was done. Let's go ahead and get our weather radar on. Third knob there. And where I lost my place. And ground, Washington Eagle 5514 short of Charlie, ready to taxi. Information, Lima.
Washington 5514, runway 8 taxi via Charlie Alpha.
Alright, Charlie and Alpha to runway 8, Washington Eagle 5514. Yeah, it's a little deceiving, but it looks like taxiway Charlie does indeed come up here east of the terminal, so that's why the aircraft ahead was kind of chided a little bit for not calling before he got on the Charlie.
United 621, you can switch over to approach departure 127.4 now. Have a good flight.
127.4, thank you, 230.
Alright, so wheels up time is now. We're doing pretty good in terms of being very close to that. And we will make the so there should be a left, which would be Bravo. That would be down there. And then the right turn here should put us on to Charlie. Since we are going to be number 1 for departure, we'll go ahead and let them know. And then all the way down. Is it one more? Yeah, it looks like it might be one more here.
Washington
more
Eagle
possible.
5514, you can switch over to Albuquerque departure now 127.4. Have a good flight.
27-4, Washington Eagle 5514, thanks. Okay, 27-4, that's on COM 1. Since we're rolling up on the hold short, we'll go ahead and turn the taxi light off. We'll get all the forward-facing lights on once we are cleared onto the runway. Or actually, no. Cleared onto the runway, we'll do strobes. All the forward-facing lights will come on once we're cleared to takeoff. Albuquerque departure, Washington Eagle 5514, short of runway 88 Albuquerque, we're ready.
Washington Eagle 5514, Albuquerque approach, good evening, sir. Runway 8, line up and wait, traffic is departing.
Okay, we'll line up and wait. Runway 8, watch for the departing traffic. Washington Eagle 5514. Okay, so the strobe lights are on. The forward-facing lights will remain off. We also need to get the transponder into TA and RA. Oh, and our continuous ignition, that can come on as well. Okay. Remember, we're cleared up to 200, but we've got the restriction at 9,000 at UGLO to make first. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and do flight plan on that side. Whoops. Flight plan on that side, nav on that side. Turned it just a little bit short.
Yeah, 621 radar contact, altitude passing.
621 passing 8,000.
Yeah, 621 altitude checks, climb maintain to flight level 200.
200.
Washington Eagle 5514, current wind unavailable, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Alright, clear for takeoff, runway 8, Washington Eagle 5514. Yeah, we noticed that. Alright, spool the engines up. No warnings, no vibrations. Takeoff power's coming at you. Okay, we'll push the yoke forward just a little bit. Pin that nose wheel steering down until we get the 80 knot call. Didn't get the 80 knot call, but that's okay. We're at 80 knots. Release that forward pressure. I think it didn't like the fact that I switched to the TMS mode. But we'll just watch. We're watching the airspeed ourselves. It's fine. Okay, there's V1, and there's rotate. And there's V2. We are airborne. Got positive rate. Gear can come up. We're going to pitch to the bubble speed until we get to 1,000 feet. Can start the right turn. Max continuous. R through 1,000, so we can lower the nose now. Try to pick up a little speed, and I'm just hand steering to the point.
Starfleet 1 Heavy, contact Albuquerque Center on 132.8. Have a good night, sir.
Let the nose drop just a little bit.
132.8, have a good night, sir.
Let's try and capture that 1,000 foot vertical speed.
Washington Eagle 5514, radar contact, stay altitude pass.
Departure Washington Eagle 5514, 7,100 going to 200 via the city.
Washington Eagle 5514, thank you, sir. Altitude checks, climb maintain, flight level 200.
We'll climb and maintain flight level 200, Washington Eagle 5514. Okay, that climb and maintain cancels that 9,000 foot speed altitude restriction, so we can just go all the way up to 200 now. Yeah, I've got it maintaining just a little bit more than 1,000 feet per minute so that we can pick up some speed. Yeah, we're not at U-glow yet, but we're not at 9,000 yet either, so we're good either way. And we can just rebug 250. Okay, through the red bug speed. Go ahead and get the flaps in. Alright, 2.7 to we're 1.7 to U-glow. And 500 feet. So it looks like the 9,000 at U-glow would have worked out just fine anyway. But as it happens, we were just cleared to climb and maintain 200, which means don't worry about that altitude restriction. Okay, we can capture the indicated airspeed now. Plane will pitch to maintain the 250, means we'll get a little bit better climb performance as well.
Contact Alpha Center on 13.
Right around that same moment is when we pass U-glow and rock it up anyway. So, all good. We got to be at least 11.5 by Manzino, and we're good. We're going to be plenty. We're through 10,000 feet now. We can get the forward-facing. Oh, I never did turn the runway lights on. That's okay. Oh, I forgot to turn the forward-facing lights on. We got our takeoff clearance all together. So landing lights going to come on, runway lights going to come on. That can now come off. The continuous ignition can come off. The other thing we can do through 10 is we can go ahead and turn the engine air on, APU air off, and APU off. Up top now we can also get the emergency cross feeds for the hydraulic system off. So yes, you do keep the APU on in this aircraft through takeoff and landing. It's a little odd that way. 11.5 by Manzino, and we're 2.6 prior to Manzino. So we made all the altitude restrictions, even though we were given a climb and maintain, which supersedes them anyway. So all good either way. The other thing through 10,000 you want to do is a pressurization check. So we want to make sure, the cabin altitude's already sitting at 7. Of course, we started at 5 because we were on the ground at 5 and change. So the cabin altitude's already sitting at 7, and you'll see that the differential pressure should be usually about a third of the way up at 10,000, 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then all the way up at cruise. It's a little low for the 10,000 check because the cabin altitude's already up, you know what I mean? So the differential is lower because the cabin is already at a less dense state. But everything appears to be fine with that. So far so good. Everything is everything proceeding as we have foreseen it, as we like to say. I always spell that wrong.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Oh, Chavez says the Potomac Tracon just evacuated for smoke again. Yeah, that happened, what, a couple of weeks ago? Good gracious. Yeah, we're getting pitched up and down pretty good by the turbulent air here. Keep our fingers crossed that once we get up to 27, we'll be through a little bit more stable air. I see our vertical speed is kind of fluctuating all over the place there. I know Ruby, yeah. Ruby says, yeah, that's a...
Albuquerque Center on 132.8, have a good night, sir.
32.8, Washington Eagle 5514, thanks.
Gulf Sierra Mike Lima, go ahead. Yes, right now we'll be dropping someone off.
Albuquerque Center, Washington Eagle 5514 is 17,000 going to 200.
Washington Eagle 5514, Albuquerque Center, climbing safe on level 270.
270, Washington Eagle 5514.
621, contact Denver Center 127.65.
Okay, coming up on 18. A little early, but we'll go ahead and start cranking this down to our standard pressure. When you have it set to a local pressure, you're not at a flight level. You're at something 1,000, something 100. When you're at standard pressure, then you're at flight level something, something, something.
American 370 traffic factor.
So we now are officially at flight level something, something, something. So we got 2992 set across the board. So yeah, we're technically not. Technically we're neither at 17,800 nor flight level 178. Now we're officially at flight level 180.
Charlie 166 at flight level 3900. Once he passes at about 20 miles, like a jack. Try to check this remarks. We have the plate down, and Rush will wait till he passes. We'll climb up to 3900. Thanks, Mr. 2150.
I tell you what, though, we are getting rocked up and down pretty good.
American 375, Albuquerque Center. Did you mean American 378? Take it. American 810, Albuquerque Center, climbing safe on level 310.
Man, this has been quite a roller coaster. Pitch fluctuation, yes, quite a bit of pitch fluctuation just from that turbulent air, gusty air. Hopefully we get above it. Get above this cloud layer. Hopefully it'll smooth out.
Walker 81, contact Fort Worth Center 132.07. Fort Worth on 132.07 for Walker 81, thanks. Albuquerque American 375 at 390.
3207 or 3287? 07.
American 375.
I'm not switching yet, but I'm just hedging my bet that that'll be the next handoff that we get also. So dialing it proactively just on the off chance. We got an ice detection warning as well. Go ahead and get continuous ignition back on. We'll get engine anti-icing, wing and tail anti-icing up and running. Let that run like that.
5514, contact Albuquerque Center 120.97.
2897, Washington Eagle 5514. So see? Albuquerque Center, Washington Eagle 5514 is through 212, going to 270.
Washington Eagle 5514, Albuquerque Center, good evening, climb and maintain flight level 270.
Up to 270, Washington Eagle 5514. Yeah, so Richmond, Dulles, DCA, Baltimore, Richmond, Charlottesville, all ground stop because Potomac had to evacuate. That is crazy, man. That's a That's the drawback of a consolidated TRACON, is when it goes down, it shuts down that entire area. Alright, ice detection has warning has dropped off, so I'm going to go ahead and shut down anti-icing and continuous ignition. Fingers crossed that we are above it. Fingers crossed that above this layer we can stop getting that fluctuating wind, and we'll just get up into smooth air. Proceed direct tacos. Man, that sounds like the idea of the evening, doesn't it? I would love to proceed direct some tacos right now. Okay, so we're tacos and then we're Chisholm, so we're pretty much done with the departure procedure here. Done with the airport diagram at Albuquerque, obviously. So this is our arrival procedure. We're heading down to this point Lowen, and then joining the ILS for runway 4. We've already got that programmed in. Now I do need to get the radios dialed in for that approach. We got it dialed into the box. We got the path, but we don't have the localizer and glide slope dialed in for actual execution of that just yet.
Just let me know when you're back, please.
Okay, so far it seems like we're stabilizing on the climb here. Let's keep our fingers crossed. No, we're still getting some fluctuation. Keep our fingers crossed that the higher we go.
Center, good evening. What's your 2 list update with your global 390?
Fingers crossed that the higher we go, the less we get that fluctuating
52 Albuquerque Center, good evening. Go ahead.
wind
Hey,
situation.
just wonder if I can simply your close to 3 minutes here. Approved. Let me know when you're back, please.
Surface winds
We'll report back next. What you doing, then?
were looking like they were calmer to our south. 060 at 12. See, even down here. Oh, down here there was 12 gusting to 19. So here's just 17 knots. You know, down in Artesia, 16 gusting to 21. Carlsbad just straight 17. 23. 17 knots. Yeah, it's pretty windy. So Midland, which is 22 gusting to 30. Gusty winds throughout this whole area, I guess. Hopefully we'll get above the worst of that, but it looks like gusty winds all over the surface in the American Southwest and South Central U.S. today. Still getting blown around a little bit, it looks like. Okay, ice detection warning has not recurred, so we're good there. I did not do a second pressurization check through 18, but the cabin altitude still sitting pretty at 7, not climbing any further. Differential pressures not quite at its max, but we're also not quite at cruise. But it looks like pressurization's doing just fine. Ruby says lots of gusts in the Gulf as well. Lots of fun for the Citation X. Lots of fun for everybody. Anything with wings today. Alright, 2,000 to go here.
For 2 minutes. What was the call sign? Starfleet 1. Starfleet 1, contact Fort Worth Center 132.07. You can make your request with him. 3207 Starfleet 1.
So there's our possible 3207. Be ready to hand off there. 109.7 if ILS 4 holds up. 109.7 and 037. So I'm just getting way ahead of the game since we know that San Antonio was advertising the ILS to runway 4. Just getting ahead of the game, getting all it dialed in. If we were to go missed there, it is San Antonio 040. So 116.8 and 040.
Hello, verify 0 on the 50.
American 501 Officer D Center, good evening.
116.8 040. In case we need it. Minimums, so we've set them. So if we were going to set them with the radio altimeter, it's 200 above ground level, but I'm going to buffer that by a couple hundred feet just in case there's a terrain elevation difference between the missed approach point and the threshold. So 200 above ground level, it refers to the minimum at the threshold, but like I said, we'll buffer that by a little bit just to be on the safe side. So we'll set it to 400. However, the barometric minimum will be down to, it was 986, I'm just going to call that 1,000 flat, just for round figure purposes. So yeah, getting well ahead of the game here. But we'll check in on the ATIS in San Antonio when we get closer and make sure that it's still advertising ILS runway 4. Alright, so that we've reached 27,000. I'm going to optimistically turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. I'm going to let it stay in climb power until we get up to about Mach 7.1, and then we'll knock it down to 720. The temps are holding steady at 857 across the board. We'll knock it down. We'll knock it down to 740, and we'll see how that does us at first here. Stanley 44, eh? Stanley, haven't heard from you a little bit. Hope all's well. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 27,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and green chili cheeseburgers. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in San Antonio when we get ready to start our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flights 5514 service to San Antonio. Guys, don't forget we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is honoring our Texas theme stream tonight. We got the furry co-pilots all dressed up in their best cowpoke garb. So if you guys want to do something to that image to modify or add to it, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then let me know what you what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. R6 Chavez wants to get in on that action as we speak. So, Chavez, you can let me know what you'd like to do there. Indeed, yippee-ki-yay, mother puppy.
Market 2768, back up 13.
Good guys wear blacks as R6 Chavez, and we'll change the hats to black. Okay. That is a completely fair.
American 2768.
Completely fair request. All right, we'll kick it down into cruise power now. 740 on the temps. The white arrows there said that we needed to move the sticks down just a little bit. White arrows have disappeared. It's happy with where the sticks are. It says, I've got it from here, boss. It's going to get 740 across the board. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with our bugged speed. It's not an auto throttle per se, but once we set and achieve a consistent power setting, you know, we'll then manually adjust based on what that does to our speed. Speed's still coming up at a pretty good clip. Yeah, it's still drifting up. I want it to kind of settle in right where it is. I mean, it could come up a little bit more, maybe. Mach 7.3. 1, 2, yeah, Mach 7.3 there. About the best we can do. Yeah, it's still surging past that already. Let's go ahead and knock this down to about a 710. Okay, it doesn't need us to move the sticks. It's got it. Papa Charlie says it looks like a beautiful night for a flight. It was very gusty on the surface. It looks like I kind of expected or hoped, half expected, that once we got above the cloud layer, we'd be out of that gusty wind, and it looks like that has panned out, because we seem like, knock on wood, we're in pretty stable air, as it says it seems right now at the moment. But that was just me. That was just me. Alright, so 447, and the bubbles keeping stable, so let's kind of keep an eye on that. But it looks like 710's working out okay in terms of cruise power. So yeah, Chavez, yeah, good guys do indeed wear black. I like it.
Washington Eagle 5514, contact Fort Worth Center 132.0. Excuse me, 132.07.
3207 Washington Eagle 5514. Thanks. We'll see you.
American 2932, we're back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Over 723 Sierra Charlie, just send a maintain flight level 290.
I recognize this voice. I think this is a stream regular we're talking to. Fort Worth Center, Washington Eagle 5514-270. Hello, and are we able to step out real quick for a beverage refill?
Washington Eagle 5514 Fort Worth Center, anything for you? I'm just kidding. That is a brief report back.
Wilco, thanks so much. We'll be back. Anything for you, yeah. I recognize the voice. Kitty Monster wants to make an addition to the slant artwork adventure. Kitty Monster, we'll take care of that for you real quick. There's what you got right there. We'll take care of that for you once we get back. I gotta duck out. But Kitty Monster, let me know what you'd like to do. Got to put a Miss Kitty in there? Okay. I'll work on that right when we get back. Back with you in just a second, guys.
Solitary 20's back in.
Welcome back. American 1149, contact Lone Star approach 119.87.
Approach 119.87, American 1149.
And forward center, good evening, 1994, level 230. Houston Center, yeah, or 439, 1994, level 230.
United 1994 Fort Worth Center, sorry on the light call, welcome. You just descend via the stock 4 arrival to DFW Altimeter 3032.
Alright, descend via the SAC 4 3032. Or, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, descend via the SOC 4, altimeter 3032, United 1994. Thank you.
Barrett Convoy 1220 on frequency by any chance? United 2084 contact Fort Worth Center 135.45.
3545, United 2084, the next 10 November.
Oh.
Delta 439, back with you.
Delta 439, welcome back.
Forward United 1994, 5 minutes out, please.
United 1994, approved report back.
Alright, approved, 5 minutes out, we'll report back to United 1994, thank you.
Southwest 1352, contact Albuquerque Center 132.8.
Okay, Albuquerque 132.8, confirm the activity before.
Negative, that's not for you. Southwest 1352, Albuquerque Center 132.8.
132.8, Southwest 1352, see ya.
United 1864, you can contact Albuquerque on 120.97.
Back with you, Kenny Monster. We're working on your
Okay, let's Albuquerque 120.97, United States.
artwork request. I said Washington, Eagle 5514, we're back on.
Welcome back to Alpha Break 3, Charlie, contact
Thank you, Lava Cow.
Center 134. Actually, sorry about that, distract. November 723 here, Charlie. I found it in my list here. The contact for Houston Center 134.2.
34-2, have a good night, appreciate it,
November 312 Victor Hotel.
So Kenny, I think ChatGPT did exactly what was asked of it here.
118.1 for Tuning
Miss Kitty in the background. I think it nailed it. So there you go. Meow indeed. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of preliminary descent planning. You know, our UNS-1 FMC is going to automatically default to the lowest altitude allowable at each of these points. I really don't think we need to be as low as 9,000 at full. Perfect! It's Kitty Monster. Yes. As they say.
Center for
2932, get a question whenever you can have a minute.
I don't think we need to be at 9,000 at Folk. I'm going to put, I have a little chart in my flow list where I'm going to put these in with the constraints, and I think we'll...
Break American 3055, I contact Lone Star for
Yeah, see, 13 or lower. That we probably don't need to do that, because if we want to just stay as high as possible, as late as possible, then it's really just going to be DL and 11 to go. Yeah, so that's 3,000. We want to be 9,000 there, and then we got 9.5. We got 14 miles. Yeah, which is exactly the right pace to lose 14,000 there. So yeah, so we want to be at 13, at 9. We want to stay above 7 there. Probably more like 7,500 since it'll be halfway between 9 and 6. So we want 13 there, exactly 9 there, and then 6 there. I'm going to even put that in as 70. Well, what's 6/11ths of the difference between 6 and 9?
Actually, Starfleet 1, descend and maintain flight level 310 and 10 minutes early.
So what's 3,000?
310 in 1 minutes. You want me to reach 310 in 10 minutes, or can I start descending in 10 minutes?
Descend to reach flight level 310 and 10 minutes or less.
Alright, sir. Descend to reach 310 in 10 minutes or less.
So 16:36. Melvin's here. Hey, Melvin. How are you?
Ball bearings. Oh, you need ball bearings.
So 16:36. So I'm going to say 7,600 at Dynamo there. So let's do some descent planning. Let's put a nav here, B nav here. Yeah, so instead of Dynamo at 7, we're going to go Dynamo at 7,600.
Fort Worth 1970, so where are you calling me,
And
sir?
then before Dynamo, it's going to be Manu at 9,000.
American 1970, Nick. Also, whoever was asking for the question, or whoever had the question, you can go.
American 2930 George, just wondering if you're going to clear for your arrival hour last waypoint is going to be Turkey, and then also if it's regular to fly the Alice transition here in Dallas.
Okay, so that puts us, 2,000 per minute. So 13 at Folk, 9 at Manu, 76 at Dynamo, and then 6 at DL. So without having to do all the math, I just feel like as high as possible, because we've got 13,000, and then we've got 14 miles to lose, 4,000 here to get to 9,000. And then here we're going to be halfway between 9 and 6 would be 7,500, but we're actually 6/11. So I said 7,600. And then 6,000 there, 6,000 there. So all good. Melvin, in case you missed our slant artwork adventure, we got the furry co-pilots in their best Texas garb. We changed their hats to black. We put Miss Kitty in the background, just doing a little honor to the fact that we're flying through Texas today. So we got them in their best Texas garb. But if you want to add to that image or modify that image, or Melvin or anyone, if you want to add to that image or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then once you do that, and once I see that you've done that and I call your name, then you can let me know what you'd like to do.
Alright, contact Lone Star 119.87, United 1994, see ya.
American 2932 at the Turkey, join the Jovum 6 arrival into DFW. Do you have that?
Yeah, we have the Jovum 6 that we're just wondering if we should add the Allen transmission to it.
You should be able to just join us in Turkey.
Okay, roger. For 2932, going to be Jovum 6.
Uh, 210 miles to top of descent. Speed settled in nicely at Mach 7.3 there. We are on our way to Fusco and then to JCT, which I can't remember what that's
An American
called, but
2932 contact, Fort Worth Center,
maybe Junction.
135.45.
Kind of seems like it should be Junction.
135.45 for American 2932. You have
Hey, look at that. It's called Junction. Go figure. So here we are, coming up on Fusco, 100 miles or so to Fusco, and then Junction, and then we're joining the arrival, which is here. Junction is also co-located with this point travel. Don't be confused. The chart's not to scale, and this is a 51-mile leg here, so this is a little bit of a longer descent plan than it looks like. But then once you get to Airable, 9, 5, 13, 5, 6, 5, 3. And so these come in pretty rapid succession here, but this first leg is 51 miles.
1353, Fort Worth Center 1. Volunteer 820, descend via the Shemstery arrival. DFW is landing north at DFW altimeter 3032.
Just to get ahead of the game, we can do a couple of other things. Let's see if we've got, we might be just a little bit too far. Yeah, we can't yet see local staffing at San Antonio. We're a little far away yet, but I'm going to come over here to VATSIM radar and just see if I can get a sneak peek at the local staffing just so we can be ready.
And Volunteer 820 is going to jump over to...
We have more than one? Yeah, we have more than one approach controller, so we'll switch to them as we're given the handoffs.
But
the tower, 19.8.
Fort Worth Center, good evening, American 370.
And ground,
level 390.
21.9er. So 19.8
American 370
and 21.9er.
Fort Worth Center.
Speed slipped a little bit off the bubble. We'll go over here, 19.8, 21.9. I want to go ahead over here and just knock the temperature up by 10 degrees. I know I've already got 21.9 dialed in, but just for habits, I'm going to have the ground frequency on the right half. And
American 724, contact Fort Worth Center 135.
I keep forgetting what I said there. What's the tower frequency? 19.8.
724,
So 19.8, 21.9er, and then on this side we'll switch from center to approach as directed. But then when we switch to tower, we'll have this dialed in. When we get switched to ground, we'll have that dialed in. So those will be easy switches with all that ready to go.
American 1353, descend via the Spec 4 arrival, DFW altimeter 303.
All right, and then
Descend via the Spec 4 arrival, American 1353.
United at San Antonio parks at the northwestern tier on the west side. Northwestern Pier on the west side near the tip. So let's plan our taxi in if we're landing runway 4. So kind of where the letter N in terminal is kind of defines where we're going. Bravo 3, 5, or 7 there on the tip. United Airlines uses those gates today. Obviously we're Continental Express. But that would have been absorbed by United, so that's probably where we're going to end up. So right near where either the N or the A in terminal is, that's where we're going to be parking. And if we're landing on runway 4, it just means we need to try to brake aggressively and shorten that taxi up, and then get off maybe by Delta or thereabouts if we can.
You're just fine. I forgot about you. American 1970 radar contact lost.
So I think the controller was about to tell us to descend to, you know, some sort of a lower 300 flight level, forgetting that we're already at 270.
Starfleet 1, I was just about to call. Contact Houston Center 134.2.
34-2, thanks for showing up, sir.
Lava Cow, don't be nervous, it's just me.
American 3223, Fort Worth Center, climb to maintain flight level 34.
Just cotton balls as far as the eye can see. Just looking ahead. Just looking ahead. What's the weather situation there? 350, 18 gusting to 25, so we're going to have a bitchin' left to right gusty crosswind here. Landing on runway 4, man, that's going to be 50 degree offset. 50 degree offset, 18 gusting to 25. Oh, that's going to be fun. They don't have a runway that lines up better? See, I feel like 3.1s would be better for a 3.5. Although there's magnetic variation to account for as well. But
American 34, contact Fort Worth Center 135.45.
that's fun. We'll have some fun.
35.45,
We'll have some fun. It's also possible that they've switched the arrival plan since I looked at it last. Now they're still saying ILS runway 4. Departing on the 31s. Information India 350 at 18 gusting to 25. Broken at 6,500, so at least we should be through the cloud bases by the time we get onto the approach. That's one good piece of good news. Temps 27, which is, what do we call that? Right around 80 degrees.
JetBlue 1021 Fort Worth Center.
Okay. So, and what was the cloud layer? The cloud layer was broken, right? So we're going to call that mostly cloudy skies. Yeah. So 80 degrees, mostly cloudy skies, very brisk gusty winds is what we're going to call that. Still got a little ways to go before top of descent, so 150 miles. So that's another 20 minutes. 150 out of 450, that's easy math. That's one-third. One-third of an hour is 20 minutes. So that means top of descent will be just before 9 p.m., about 5 minutes until the top of the hour at Eastern Time. And then our anticipated on block is bottom of the hour, 9:30. So yeah, a little bit of a longer flight than we normally do. I try to aim for 2 flights of an hour 15, and so this is about an hour 45, and then the second flight's about an hour 45 as well. So that puts us, instead of ending at 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern, puts us ending at midnight U.S. Eastern. So. But heck, it's Friday. I got nowhere to be tomorrow morning. Plans with the missus late morning. And by late morning, I mean 1 p.m.
370, 24 miles southwest.
At 2 p.m. actually. So yeah, that's really late morning. Yeah, we'll
Southwest 1387.
That's affirmative.
We'll keep it going.
Southwest 1387 forward center.
You know, I mean, the ferry co-pilots will wake me up at 6:30 to 7 o'clock, as they normally do. But on a weekday, that means they know I'm getting ready to get out of here and head to work. I'm out the door at 7:15 in the morning, typically. On a Saturday and Sunday, they know that that means that they will get up, and they'll get breakfast, and they'll make a run to the little liquid recycling area in the backyard, and then probably we will all head back to the bed for the night.
DFW altimeter 3032, and we'll descend the drive to arrival.
So if we end up flying a little bit late for you tonight, that's no problem. Hopefully the ferry co-pilots will be nice in the morning. Let me come back to bed after breakfast. We'll see.
Launch here, 820, turn 20 degrees right, descend and maintain 13,000, vector for Sheepline.
20 right for vectors, voluntary 20.
PG-891 contact, Albuquerque Center 120.97.
I have asked for a modification to the slant artwork adventure. I thought of one that I really probably should have had in from the beginning. We'll show you in a moment. But again, our slant artwork adventure image description that we put into ChatGPT at the beginning of the stream spits out an image that eventually serves as our YouTube thumbnail, but we basically say that the image is supposed to tie into what we're doing that night somehow represent what we're doing.
That's for United 1943. I don't know if you're back yet.
Okay, well, interesting composition choice. But we got the ferry co-pilots dressed up in their cowboy garbs, representing the fact that we're flying through Texas tonight. We got Miss Kitty standing next to them. It occurred to me, in honor of the late great Chuck Norris, we needed to add Walker Texas Ranger standing behind him as well.
Washington Eagle 5514, sorry to see you, but contact Houston Center now, 134.2.
34-2, Washington Eagle 5514. See you, talk to you soon.
Delta 439, contact Albuquerque Center 120.97.
Anyway, so we've added to the slant artwork adventure to honor the late great Chuck Norris, standing behind the pups, however, standing in a hole up to his waist. I'll show you in a moment. Houston Center, Washington Eagle 5514 270.
Washington Eagle 5514, Houston Center High. Frontier Flight 4701, contact you, Fort Worth Center 128.07.
So there's Walker Texas Ranger standing behind the pups, but in a hole up to his waist. And it's not exactly Chuck Norris, and it's the ChatGPT is often nervous about depicting real people, specific people. It's got a little bit more gatekeeping.
2180, Houston Center, climb maintain, front level 290.
It's got a little more gatekeeping to it than other AI engines, and for understandable reasons, obviously. But yeah, that's a close enough representation of Walker Texas Ranger that you get the idea it's supposed to be. Yeah, and standing right there, waist level with Miss Kitty. There's some eyes going back and forth between them. Oh, we got the Deputy Star on Keeley now too. Was that there? Did it just add that?
Qantas 21, yeah, headed over to 138.07.
No, that was there the entire time. I didn't notice it. That's been there the entire time. Just check the earlier iterations of the image. Yeah, she's had that deputy star the entire time. Yeah, so it hunched Mozzie over so that we could get Miss Kitty in the background. And now Keely's crouched down a little bit so we can get Walker in the background.
Speedbird 19 Whiskey, Houston Center, climb maintain flight level.
What a riot. What a riot. This is so much fun.
Climb maintain flight level 350, Speedbird 19 Whiskey.
Anyway, those of you new to the stream, or if you haven't been here in a while, the way that project works is if you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, that flags your request to suggest a modification or addition to that image. So once I see that you've made that request, I'll shout out your name, and then you just let me know let me know in the chat what you'd like to do.
Qatar 7086, contact Fort Worth Center 128.0.
To add to or modify that image.
128.7.
92 miles to top of descent. We should be getting a descent instruction soon that probably will sound something like descend via the Duncan to arrival, San Antonio landing northeast. Right? They have to tell us that because they have to tell us which of these forks to take after Duncan. We know that San Antonio is landing northeast because we've checked the ATIS information. Are we close enough to do that? SAT, yeah, there it is, right over there. I could have manually typed that out to get that information. We were just peeking at it on VATSIM radar, but here it is, right over the pilot client now. Information, India, 350 at 18 gusting to 25. So that's going to be a 50-degree offset left to right. Ooh, that's going to be a fun one.
American calling in back.
Broken layer at 6,500. We should be through the bases by the time we join the approach. That's good news. If that observation holds up, we'll be descended through the bases by the time we're maneuvering onto the approach. So that'll be fine. 3013. I'm going to go ahead and dial that into the standby altimeter. That's going to make it look a little funky in the meantime, because it's going to make us look like the altimeters don't agree with each other. But since I don't have that fancy 737 NG, where I can just pre-arm the local and pump it from one to the other at the appropriate time, this is kind of like the next best thing. I can just glance down here and remember what it was. Otherwise, you got to fumble back through and figure out what little scrap of paper you wrote it on. Yeah, here you're just going to refer to that.
Southwest 6644, contact Fort Worth Center 128.07. 28.06.
So the first round of the beverage was not.
Contact Fort Worth 128.07.
Was not mixture enriched. We are now running the mix a little bit enriched.
American 2616.
I don't know what I was thinking about that first one. What? It's like, wait a minute, I didn't enrich the mixture at all. That's just silly. It's Friday.
128.07.
128.07. Show me 7281.
FedEx 640, you call?
Affirm, FedEx 640, 12,000.
FedEx 640, climb maintain flight level 340.
Climb maintain flight level 340, FedEx 640.
Speed bubble, it was starting to drift up a little bit, but it seems like it's settling back in. Now it's drifting down a little bit, although the ground speed is creeping up slightly, so I think we're just going through a change in the atmosphere here. So I won't worry about it unless it...
Here's the stuff that goes back, manage to leave the hole.
Unless it starts to look really out of whack.
Alright, Starfleet 1 cleared to the San Antonio airport. via direct Supu, Papa, Oscar, Papa, Papa, Oscar, direct Supu to arrival.
Poo-poo too.
Clear to San Antonio, direct Popo, Chicago, Popo, arrival, Southwest 1.
Show me 7182, contact Fort Worth on 132.07.
132.07, show me 7182.
Sorry, I went to the phone real quick. Make sure nothing super critical is going on. Good news. I can continue to fly for you tonight.
And use your traffic control top of descent.
Starfleet 1 was going to San Antonio just like we were.
Go ahead.
We are on top of descent, Starfleet 1.
Starfleet 1, cross Supu, out of maintain 1010,000, San Antonio, altimeter 3013.
Popo, out of maintain 1010,000, 303, Starfleet 1, thank you, sir. Thanks for putting up with my request.
Yeah, no problem. And Washington, Eagle 5514, descend via the Duncan 2, arrival to San Antonio, altimeter 3013.
All right, 3013, Duncan 2, Duncan 3 arrival. Starfleet. Now listen to me. Washington Eagle 5514.
Speedbird 19 Whiskey, maintain flight level 220.
I'm just envious. He's got the coolest call sign ever.
Maintain flight level 220, Speedbird 19 Whiskey.
Actually, Speedbird 19 Whiskey, you can keep going up to 350. The conference alert went away.
Copy that. Keep going up to flight level 250, Speedbird 19 Whiskey.
Speedbird 19 Whiskey, contact Fort Worth Center 132.07.
132.07, Speedbird 19 Whiskey.
American 3056, contact Fort Worth 132.07.
Alright, so
American 3056, contact Fort Worth Center 132.07.
3207, American 3060.
sorry, I had to. I accidentally started calling myself Starfleet, so I had to message the guy and apologize for it. I said, I'm just envious of the coolest call sign on the network. He says, hey, thanks. And then he pointed out that it is a real call sign. There's a small charter operation within the U.S. that uses it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm well aware of that story. I said, of course, I picture you as Kirk, Spock, and Sulu. He says, well, you should see my custom Federation livery.
Delta 35, contact Albuquerque 120.97.
Apparently he's got it posted on xplane.org. We'll have to check that out. Alright, so we're descending via the arrival. It is the Duncan 2. I wasn't sure if it was Duncan 2 or Duncan 3. I got myself convinced it was Duncan 3. It is Duncan 2. But since we've got the ATIS telling us they're landing runway 4, that's the transition that will follow. We're just double checking to make sure that that has not changed. ILS runway 4. Okay? And 27 miles from top of descent. Now, we're a little early yet. I'm not going to arm the cleared altitude. But what does descend via the arrival mean for us? it means we are cleared down to 6,000 feet. We cannot go below 6,000, even though we know we're going to do the ILS-4. We cannot clear ourselves to these altitudes yet. We have not been cleared to start that approach. Matter of fact, we have not been cleared to turn onto that approach yet. So we're going to have to make sure that we don't. We're going to have to make sure that we follow this routing and we stay on that heading until we're told otherwise. For right now, however, we have been cleared to follow this lateral path, and then we have been cleared to follow now this vertical path down to 6,000.
Right. No. Or Milwaukee or Midway. You got to give it a chance.
So we're going down to 6.
You got to do more events. We got an F&O on H&M. I don't know if I'm going to be there. Delta 35, you with me?
With all that conversation going on about events in the Chicago ARTCC, somebody texts us over the channel. I refuse to try to taxi at O'Hare. Yeah, you and me both, brother. You and me both.
Frontier Flight 1434 to still maintain Papa 330.
Citizen maintain 330, Frontier Flight 1434.
Starfleet 1, I should have done, let's say to your direct PP knot, doing the 222 around.
Hey, you just put stuff on.
That would have been awesome. That's awesome. Delta 35, Houston.
Alright, 9 miles to start the descent. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. Our cabin crew probably will make a small announcement. Maybe they won't. I messed up the sync on that, I think, when I kicked the TMS out and back into takeoff mode as we were taxiing out. So, not sure, but I think I have lost all the cabin announcements since then. Anyway. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just about to start our descent down into San Antonio. Weather there showing right around 80 degrees with mostly cloudy skies and extremely strong and gusty winds. We will expect to be on the ground there right around 30 to 35 minutes from now. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to San Antonio.
Houston Center, Envoy 30,
okay.
370.
Envoy 38, 89.
Go ahead and arm that. We'll put it into descent mode. We'll reduce the speed, and then as the speed comes down to 280 knots, we'll capture that speed.
Houston Center, USA Jet 726, 17,000.
Uniform Juliet 726, Houston. Hello.
Okay, so we're now descending at 280 knots, so the plane will keep the airspeed for us. What we need to do is adjust the throttles to catch the descent rate. So we're descending right around 1,000 feet per minute. I'm going to pull some throttle out. The more throttle you pull out, the faster the descent you make.
I give you 2-1.
It's going to oscillate a little bit. We don't need to be descending at 3,000 feet per minute, but 2,000 will be fine.
Is that your call sign, by the way, just the phonetic?
No, it's a USA Jet 726.
USA Jet 726, climb maintain level 210.
210, thank you. USA Jet 726.
Okay, so we've got it in descent mode. Let's just go ahead and put it into sync so that it'll match whatever we got engine 1 set at. Yeah, so we've been descending too quickly. So now it only wants us at 1950. But man, it's fluctuating a lot. So let's just let it settle in, see where it settles, and then we'll adjust from there. Now, well, we also need to check. Are there any speed restrictions along this? No. So once we get to Dynamo, we need to slow it to 230, and then Dialog, we need to slow it to 210. Of course, obviously, 250 below 10, and then 230 at Dynamo, 210 at Dial. So 280 for right now is fine. Okay, and it has, yeah, it's still pretty all over the place. So it's going to be kind of hard to hit that target descent rate with it fluctuating so badly. But we'll just pull the throttles down just a little bit, and we'll try and get a good average going of 2,000. And then this will tell us, you know, long term, this will tell us what we need to adjust to. And if we don't hit these exactly, we're probably fine. Remember, folk is 9 to 13, so if we overshoot and cross folk a little bit low, we're okay there.
Longer than that, you'll be flying over the desert for the next 15 minutes.
Alright, we'll report back. FedEx 640, thanks.
Yeah, so the rate of descent is just really, really fluctuating a lot. But now it's saying we need 1850, so we've descended. Yeah, so, but before I go to add a little throttle back in, it kind of kicks up that way anyway. I'll add a touch more throttle in just to make sure we're not overshooting too badly. But yeah, this is because we're just in such gusty conditions. It's swinging back and forth so badly that it's really hard to fine tune and get that right on the target speed. So we'll just do our best. The other thing we can do at top of descent, and we didn't do yet, but we can do it now. Go ahead and set our ground elevation, landing altitude 810 feet, so we'll point that just below 1,000. About there. 25.1 is probably our handoff as well, so we'll get that ready to go just in case. Not going to switch to it yet, but we'll have that dialed in and ready just to try and be ahead of the game. We're coming up on 18. We're a little early yet, but we'll go ahead and bump this up to 3013 across the board just to have them in agreement. And since we're just about to the point where we're no longer at a flight level, as soon as you calibrate to a local altimeter, you're no longer at flight level anything. You're now back at an altitude in thousands and hundreds. So if you're calibrated to a local altimeter and you say flight level something, you're incorrect.
Flight level 230, American 21.
Okay, so it wants us descending at 2100, but yeah, it's swinging up. So we'll just take a little bit of throttle out. Let's just, oh, somehow we lost our San Antonio ATIS here. Oh, it's back on. So it's on Juliet now. Still saying ILS runway 4, so nothing substantive has changed. 3018 now is the altimeter. Temp 22, so it's cooled off quite a bit. Few clouds at 6,500, so the cloud layer has thinned out and the temperature has dropped. And the altimeter went up. 3018.
Center Janet 316 at a flight level 366 for 380.
All right, let's run through the approach briefing one more time. The approach frequency and course 1097 and 037 is set. The missed approach frequency 116.8. 25-1, Washington Eagles 5514. 116.8 and 040. San Antonio approach Washington Eagle 5514 is 14,200 via the Duncan 2. And we got information, Juliet.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio approach, good evening. I expect the ILS runway 4 approach, San Antonio altimeter 3018, proceed direct loan, so maintain 6,000.
Direct loans at 6,000, 3018, expect ILS for Washington Eagle 5514. A lot of stuff going on there. Next. 20, enter. Okay, so the speed restrictions no longer apply. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead.
13, contact Houston Center, 134.2, goodbye.
Let's go ahead and get the APU started. Emergency cross feeds going. Let's capture the vertical speed.
13, contact Houston Center, 134.2.
And I'll pull the engines back to I'll pull the engines back to 60% for right now. And then as soon as the APU is up and running, we can pull the engines back to complete idle. Because we'll be okay. APU power, APU air. Engine air off. APU is now supplying electricity as well. So now we can pull those all the way back to idle. That's a missed approach course and frequency set. Missed approach frequency and course set. Minimums are basically going to be 1,000. We got the alerter set conservatively.
Eagle 5414, turn left heading 130, back to the final.
Left to 130, American Eagle, or Washington Eagle 5514. Okay. Switch that over to conventional nav. Okay, we're through 10,000. We can get the forward-facing lights on. Yeah, landing lights on. Yeah, continuous ignition doesn't need to be done yet. Trim it up just a little bit to get the speed down to 250. Really, honestly, at this point, we probably want to do more like 210. Minimums, we haven't done V speeds. We know that it's going to be a pretty brisk left to right, and left-hand turn off if we make it down. Go missed approach altitude straight to 17, left 35 to 25. Okay, we got the engineers off. Forward-facing lights were all on. So then we just need to get continuous ignition and TMS.
Right heading 220, descend and maintain 6,000 vectors to final.
Right, 220, 10 6,000 vectors to final, subsequent heavy.
Once we level off at 6, Kenny Muster has to head in. Okay. Once we level off at 6, I'm going to let the speed come down to about 210 before we put some throttle back in. Slightly on the early side, but you guys can start putting in some predictions to let me know.
54, version 5514, contact San Antonio approach, 127.1, goodbye.
27-1, Washington Eagle 5514. 27-1.
Atlantic 1, contact San Antonio approach, 127.1, goodbye.
That was 1935, turn right heading 070.
Right heading 070, Southwest Flight 235.
Alaska 49, descend and maintain 8,000.
8,000 fuel, Alaska 49.
San Antonio approach, Washington Eagle 5514, level at 6,000.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio approach, roger. San Antonio altimeter 3018, do you have an approach request?
Yeah, 80 says ILS4, that's what we were assigned, that's what we're good with.
Washington Eagle 5514, roger, expect ILS coming 4.
Washington Eagle 5514.
San Antonio approach, good evening, Starfleet 1 Heavy, 6,000, heading 220 with Juliet.
Starfleet 1 Heavy, San Antonio approach, roger.
I thought that's what they were setting us up for.
Expect ILS 4, Starfleet 1 Heavy.
That was 1935, turn right, heading 100.
Right heading 100, Southwest 1935.
197. Okay. Not receiving anything on that yet, so we do have the VOR at least. 23 miles out, that's why we're not receiving the ILS just yet.
Clear direct, sure.
Clear to turn for Southwest 1935.
Got twilight going on, I forgot to set the time back a few hours.
For
now, plan runway 4.
Runway 4.
So we'll cheat the time back on leg number 2. And then I'm going to go ahead and get the approach bugs set for our flaps 30 landing.
Starfleet 1, heavy turn, left heading.
Okay, so within 20 miles we now have a localizer. Don't have a glide slope yet, but
American 92, radar contact.
a little far out for that. Anyway, as I was starting to say,
Southwest 1935.
you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No but command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We will know that you mean a descent rate either way.
Alaska 49, descend and maintain 6,000.
6,000 feet.
Washington Eagle 5514, turn left heading 090, vectors final.
090, Washington Eagle 5514.
Now to 172, descend and maintain 9,000. 9,000, 172.
But the closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. We're actually going to pull the winner of that on Monday's stream. We're going to pull that probably at the end of Monday's stream, so the Monday's landings will all qualify you for that.
San Antonio departure, roger, radar contact, climb and maintain 12,000.
Climb and maintain 12,000, American 92.
Lots of traffic in that direction, but I don't see the airport necessarily. Unless it's that.
Washington Eagle 5514, descend and maintain 3,000.
At 3,000, Washington Eagle 5514.
Southwest 1935, maintain 210 knots, still advised.
3,000, armed.
210 knots, Southwest 1935.
And we'll pull the throttles back and we'll a little down trim in it.
Departure American 254.
Sky 173 is here.
2,400.
How are you, Sky? Yeah, sorry you couldn't participate in this one.
San Antonio departure.
Okay, we do have a glide slope as well. It is below us, however, which is why we need to go ahead and make this descent now.
Direct San Antonio.
All right, now we're starting to get some lateral shoving around. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get the throttles all the way back.
Traffic alert United 172, traffic 1 o'clock, less than 1 mile. Advise you turn left immediately.
We're turning left right now, United 172.
Tower 1794, see traffic alert, traffic to your 8 o'clock. Advise you turn right and descend immediately.
Got the runway.
Turn right and descend immediately, traffic air.
Starfleet 1, turn left heading 090.
Left 090, something heavy.
Approach Washington Eagle 5514, got the runway in sight.
Approaching Washington Eagle 5514, cleared visual approach runway 4.
Clear visual approach runway 4, Washington Eagle 5514. Alright, I'm going to put a little speed brake in.
San Antonio Southwest 4399 in the descent 15.6 for 6,000 via the purple green.
That was 4399 San Antonio approach, expect ILS runway 4.
We need to get notch flaps in, we need to get gear out.
Set up for ILS 4, Southwest 4399.
American 92, center 132.77.
With that, we'll get the
77, have a good one, American 92.
Southwest 1935,
stowed.
normal speed, contact center 132.77.
132.77 for Southwest 1935, resume normal speed.
Continuous ignition on.
Alaska 49, descend and maintain 4,000.
4,000 feet, Alaska 49.
Out of 172, thanks for the help. Turn right heading at 220, descend and maintain 6,000. One able speed 210.
220 down to 6,000 and speed 210.
Let the speed come down a little earlier than I wanted to.
1794 Whiskey, turn left heading 120.
Just go above glide slope by a bit.
San Antonio departure, Jetflight 621, runway heading at 3,000.
Remember, it's pretty good left to right, so we need to keep the nose over here to the left.
San Antonio departure, turn right heading
2,500.
Glide slope's back on, speed's back where we want it.
Starfleet 1, descend and maintain 3,000.
2 more notches of flaps to go.
3,000, something heavy.
Missed approach altitude 3,500. We'll go ahead and get that set. Pretty stable. Hopefully this means that the wind...
Traffic. 5514, contact San Antonio Tower 119.82.
At Tower 19.8, that's Washington Eagle 5514.
Tower 1794 Whiskey, turn right heading.
Clear of conflict.
San Antonio Tower, Washington Eagle 5514, 6 mile final, runway 4.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio Tower, wind 35018, gust 2A, runway 4, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 4, Washington Eagle 5514. Yeah, it's a mouthful, I've been screwed it up all night.
Yeah, pretty cool. Call sign, that's the first time I've ever heard it.
Old school.
No, 427 Golf, contact departure, have a great flight.
Within 5, we can go ahead and slow it to our final approach speed, so we'll go ahead and get the power back. Get 2 more notches of flaps in. We'll do our landing checks.
Traffic.
Power back in to maintain the speed.
1,000.
All right, last call for the predictions. Got landing flaps set and check, gear down in green. Missed approach altitude 3,500 set. Left turn if we make it down. Straight to, I think, 17. Straight to 17. And then left 025 to 35 if we go missed. Landing checks are complete.
A little bit below glide. Cabin crew should be alerting for arrival.
Minimums.
Again, for some reason the automatic calls were bugged out, so we'll go ahead and just say that they've done that.
Citizens are good evening, Starfleet 1 Heavy, ILS runway 4, 8 miles.
Yeah,
Glide
I thought
slope.
No, we're fine on the glide slope. I'm worried about the
One heavy San
center
Antonio,
line.
wind 35018.
They're supposed to.
40,
28, runway
30,
4 clear to land.
20,
Runway 4 clear to land, Starfleet 1 Heavy.
10.
Clear of conflict. Very long and floaty. Hopefully we got it to ground idle. We normally get a call out for that. Very long and floaty as I was correcting the center line, but set it down fairly gently at least. So, yeah, fighting that crosswind a little bit, but overall, not what you would call stable from a real operation standpoint, but good enough for sim purposes. Nobody coming. Just make sure we just get all the way across the whole short, and then I'm just going to just join the inbound taxiway.
Washington Eagle 5514, contact ground 121.9. I wish him a happy birthday.
21-9, we'll wish him a happy birthday. Washington Eagle 5514, thanks. No, we won't, because that's a long-standing joke, and it's kind of getting old. San Antonio ground, Washington Eagle 5514, inbound on November. We are going to Bravo 5. Alright, flaps can be stowed, spoilers can be stowed.
How I think I'll send owner?
Washington Eagle 5514.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio ground, hello, taxi to parking via November, Gulf, cross runway 31 right on November, hotel to runway 31 left on November.
Yeah, November and Gulf, cross 31 right, short of 31 left, Washington Eagle 5514. Alright, so lights, we get to turn off lights off as well. I forget where some of these upper panel lights are located. If I can find them, I'll get them on. If not, I'll just deal with the, no, I don't know what that is. Electrical monitors. There we go. Alright, weather radar can come off. Flight directors off. Where's the right one? Oh, yeah, they're right there. Continuous ignition off. TA and RA off. Okay, yep. Alright, let's see how I did. So the cabin crew usually is automatically alerted
So we wound up skipping that step just because I thought it was going to happen automatically, and it didn't. Other than that, speed braking flaps, yep. Flight directors, landing lights, taxi lights, strobes, yeah, I think I got those. Runway exit lights, continuous ignition, weather, and transponder. Okay, I got everything. Is this 3-1? Right. Yeah, this is 3-1 right. We can go ahead and cross that. We're going to hold short 3-1 left.
San Antonio ground, good evening. Starfleet 1 Heavy, November, requesting taxi, gate Bravo 1.
Starfleet 1 Heavy, San Antonio ground, hello. Taxi to parking via November, across runway 31 right on November. Hold short runway 31 left.
Find a panel light upstairs.
Parking via November, cross 31 right at November and short of 31 left at November, Starfleet 1 Heavy.
Southwest 3587, runway 31 left, taxi via Gulf 1, Gulf, November.
Up here? Yeah, there we go.
Taxi runway 04 via Gulf 1, Gulf, November, Southwest 3587. Washington Eagle 514, cross runway 31 left at November, continue taxi on Gulf.
I will cross 3-1 left at November, then continue via Golf, Washington Eagle 5514. Thanks. That's the next right onto Golf. Yeah, crazy 3 Fox. Yeah, it is an expensive plane, but quality add-ons normally are something that don't come cheap. Fortunately for me, you know, senior manager in my career, you know, I can kind of swing it.
Washington Eagle be trapped on that's passing north on 2 Gulf.
So he's giving way to me. And then we're going to make the left after that second pier. Airman ND stopped in. Papa Charlie, if I didn't say hi to you earlier, I may have. I think he maybe popped into the stream earlier. Sky 173 said, yeah, sorry I missed the event. They are they're doing a nice job working this into San Antonio. Okay, we got some straight jetways over here, but otherwise looks like this is where we want to turn in. And since we're joining the ramp, we'll go ahead and get the taxi lights off. Right?
San Antonio ground, left for 49 Delta for parking at Terminal Alpha.
Alaska 49, San Antonio ground, hello, taxi parking via November, across runway 31 right on November, hold short runway 31 left.
Yeah, Airman says, I've gotten the plan, but haven't taken the time to learn it. It's good, though. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, we got, Papa Charlie says, Duke Stick's a very rough landing. Uh-oh. They had a challenge tonight? Yeah, obviously I haven't been. I was kind of out of commission last night, so I missed a lot of the March Madness action last night until late. I caught up, and obviously we got the event going on, so I'm not really paying attention to the action tonight either.
Delta 3587 looks like you turned the wrong way down there.
I have to check on that when I get a chance there, Papa Charlie. Duke's still in it though. That's going to make a lot of people happy in terms of what they've got left in their brackets.
Yes, I did hear. Can I pull off somewhere? My charts are not working correctly right now. Sure, Southwest 3587, go ahead and take a right to the ramp right there. Take a right to the ramp. Thank you.
Like a little porter, like a little Pilatus porter parked over at our gate. Had to change plans there at the last second.
Delta, cross the run left at November and continue taxi. Instructions 31 right, 31 left.
Alright, parking brake is on. Taxi light is off. Give me the real quick turnaround checklist here. Parking brake on, master warning system.
No worries.
Knob comes out.
Right,
the oxygen systems can come off. 1 and 2. Engine gens
Alpha gauge, yes, sir.
off 1 and 4. Pack number 2 off. The cutoffs engaged. Let's make sure that all 4 engines went into cutoff, and they did.
American 1441, San Antonio ground, expect PDC.
Let's get the fast and seatbelt lights off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off.
San Antonio ground, hello, United 172, cleared.
Screen and probe heats off.
172 San
The
Antonio
ice
ground,
detection
hello,
light
welcome
off.
park today.
Beacon light off.
Gate preferably.
Great answer, United 172, Texas parking.
Go ahead and get shocks on.
31 right on November, hold short runway 31 left.
November across the road, right, hold
Chocks
short 315.
would be great if we can get them.
172.
Yeah, we can do chocks. Yeah, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and start the deboarding. That'll get the doors opened. Let's go up to the high end. Is there a light for this panel? I guess there's not. The PTU and hydraulic pumps. And then we'll come down to the bottom. We can squawk 2000. And turn that on to standby. Alright, let's take a peek at predictions, guys. Mine first. Flight time and fuel. Looks like flight time worked out pretty well. Let's see how we did with fuel. So I had said on the blocks at 9:28 Eastern Time. Bingo, nailed it. 13.8 left in the tanks. Let's see how we did. 14.4. So we got about 500 extra pounds. Perfect. I think that's a win times 2. And then how did you guys do with your predictions in terms of the descent? Well, like I said, I was expecting to be pushed way over to the right, so I stayed left of center line and then didn't get pushed over to the right. So it kind of took me an extra 1,000 feet to get realigned with the center line. But once we got down, I felt, 10 degrees of left side slip. Well, pay no attention to that. But 100 was what we finally registered when we set the wheels onto the pavement, so I was happy with how that worked out. And we had predictions of 115, 124, 143. So Bed Dave gets the entry. Bed Dave, congrats. At KSAT on 3:27.
San Antonio ground, good evening. Southwest 2264 information, Julia.
Alright, friends. Well, we got another leg to do, and I've still got plenty of beverage in here, so I think we'll go ahead and roll right into it. We took a little brief intermission during the first leg, so I think I'm good for now. Maybe I'll take one cruise on the second leg, but I think we're okay to just keep it rolling. What do I have in terms of my expected departure time? I might need to make a timing adjustment. Off block at 10:05. Oh, we can back that up by about 15 minutes.
November, Southwest 2264, thank you.
Let's say off block by 20 minutes from now and airborne by 10. We can do that. I think we can make that work.
So it's 3587, give way to the United who's going to be coming head on to you on that river.
Let's go ahead and put a new flight plan in. PXV 5514. We're IFR. We're a B462. Medium. SBD FGRY. We're an L, departing from KSAT, going to K, off block at 0150, 27,000 feet at 420. KMEM with an alternate of K-Banana, 0141, 0141 with 0407 left in the tanks. Let me grab the route string and we'll copy and paste that in. Copy and paste it into SkyVector as well so we can look at it. But there it is there. Whoops, there it is there. PBN's a B2, C2, D2, S2. Performance is Charlie. And we're Washington Eagle. BAe-146
let me know when you're ready to get
regional
going.
jet. And then twitch.tv/slant
We are right
adventures.
No worries,
got that
so
filed.
3587, running 31 left, taxi by November.
Don't need the ILS anymore. We got the airport diagram, which we'll hold on to. Let's go ahead and blank that out. We're going K, SAT, and then that route, and then KMEM. Not KMEM, KMEM. The Snyder 2 to Blooms. So we'll just get the Snyder 2. Well,
9264, contact tower 119.8. Have a great flight.
Let's get the whole thing up.
119.8, Southwest 2264. See you later.
That's what she said. Get the whole thing up so that we can plan for our arrival and just get the whole route programmed into the FMC. And then, of course, you know, we're guessing at the arrival details in terms of the runway we're going to use at Memphis. But we'll get something resembling a complete plan in, and then if we have to edit later, we can do that.
Number 077
Hobart.
Alpha Delta, say aircraft type, equipment suffix, and posted altitude, please.
Okay, Hobart 4, our nav arrival. And then, do we know?
Market 1441.
Can we take a guess?
Golf, November.
November to 31 left for American 1441.
Take a guess what they'll be arriving at Memphis.
Contact tower 119.8.
So 36 left and right. And since we're coming from the west, I would say 36 left is our most likely one. If we're landing...
2264, contact tower 119.8, please.
Yeah, matter of fact, it says right here, note, landing north, use 36 left transition. So row cab, so we assume that 36 left is going to be the arrival situation.
Alpha Delta, what is your aircraft type and equipment suffix?
So we get those things pulled up, and then, and still, you know, still even with that tidbit, it could still change. What that note tells you is that it's most common for them to take you to 36 left from that arrival, but it doesn't mean necessarily going to be true.
Sorry, whatever. I don't know if it's
and then 36 left.
Whatever Southwest I crash into, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so row cab 054, and then it's not going to connect in directly with
that.
Thank
goodness.
But we can go ahead and just program that all into the FMC.
Contact tower 119.8.
Alright, so back to the top of the flow list. We're almost...
Same with you, tower 119.8.
Yeah, we're 3/4 of the way deboarded. I'm going to go ahead and back the time up. I typically fly in daylight. I forgot to set the time back today. So it was nice to have kind of a twilight landing, but let's, you know, so if that's going to be twilight landing again. Set it right to there, 36.
Ground, Southwest 4399, clear for Delta request. Taxi to the Alpha Gate.
Okay. So not real time, but still live weather.
San Antonio ground hello, taxi parking via Delta, cross runway 3,
and then
Delta, Golf, November, cross runway 31 right on Delta, over to the 31 left.
And then let's go ahead and get our clearance here.
Okay,
now, do they have a clearance? controller that we need to talk to, or are we getting that from ground? Yeah, so we're going to get that from ground
Sorry,
on
Delta
21-9.
November Golf, and then we're cleared across 3-1 right, hold short of 3-1 left at November for Southwest 4399.
Get the updated ATIS information. So it's still Juliet. 3018, and that's that across the board.
Cessna Skyhawk, November 077 Alpha Delta. G1000 equipped, VFR at 5000, departure to the north.
We're 077 Alpha Delta, would you like 5 following?
077 Alpha Delta, not at this time, thank you.
I'm going to start programming the route in just on the off chance that we get cleared as we are filed, but
We're 077 Alpha
if
Delta.
that doesn't work out, then we'll roll with whatever changes we get.
077 Alpha Delta, standing by.
Now let's go to menu, let's go to departures. Are they departing? What are they departing?
Southwest 1605.
Departing 31 left and right, so which one of those are we getting?
1605, San Antonio ground. Yeah, with
Left.
information, Juliet, looking to pick up a clear to left, please.
And it doesn't matter because it's just,
like PDC.
you know, charted heading until vectored anyway, so it doesn't change anything on the departure.
And we're 077 Alpha Delta, are you going to be heading northwest?
So we'll assume
northeast,
3-1
north?
left, but you know that plan could change. It is the Snyder 2, so that's option 6. The Bloom's transition, option 1, enter. Put that in the flight plan. Go to the next.
077 Alpha Delta, I'm going to be heading
After Bloom's, it is
320.
IAH. Enter. Accept. After IAH, it's J29, so let's go under list. Airways.
077 Alpha Delta, alright, I'm getting you going at 4,500 fair altitude.
J29 is option 4.
4,500, 077 Alpha Delta.
El Dorado.
Alright, number 077 Alpha Delta, after clearance, fast as you copy.
Still don't see it. There it is, option 31. Enter. Okay. And then after El Dorado, it's the Hobart 4 into
2147,
Memphis.
we're off of 4 for the terminal.
With the 2147, taxi to parking by November,
Menu.
Golf, crossing a 31 right on November,
Arrivals.
sort of 31 left.
We're going to assume 36
Okay,
left.
November Golf, and hold
Option
cross
7.
31 right, hold short of
It
31
is
left
the
for Delta.
Hobart 4, option 5.
So it's 4399,
Coming from El Dorado, option 1.
November, continue taxi.
ILS 36 left, option
Okay, we're
1.
clear across 3-1
And-
left at November, and then taxi to the gate, Southwest 4399.
From Freeze if it's available, or
And 7 Alpha
Weston
Delta,
if that's
clearance.
available.
Let me know when you're ready, copy.
So we'll just use the furthest one out, and then that way if we
I am ready.
need to shortcut them, that's fine, but we'll have them
077
entered in.
Alpha Delta, maintain VFR at or below 5,000. Departure will be on 127.1.
Okay, put all that into the flight plan. Okay, looking good. On the nav page, let's make sure we are
330.
direct to the first thing. Enter. And let's look at the flight plan. And then work it to the next point. Okay, so we're all set up. Thaddeus Ross is here. Thank you very kindly for stopping in. All right, let's see if we can get a clearance. It is still information Juliet,
7 Alpha
right?
Delta,
Yeah, I should've just
4,500 or 5,000?
Information Juliet. Okay. I
Should be
thought
on
of
at
Memphis.
4,500, but maintain VFR at or below 5,000.
Roger that. And Squawking 7330.
Okay, the boarding is done.
7 Alpha Delta, read back correct. Push your discretion, call me taxi.
80.
Expect runway 31 left departure unless you want 31 right.
2400.
November 179 Forsky is at
Alpha is requesting, or sorry, Alpha.
All right, we got the boarding underway now.
November 1794 Whiskey, where are you looking to park?
November 1794 Whiskey, General Aviation Parking, please.
Okay, now I'll see if I can get a little more assertive on the radio.
Whiskey, make a red
Jump in and get our clearance request in.
To the ramp.
Go ahead and Delta to the ramp, November 1794 Whiskey.
San Antonio ground, Washington Eagle 5514, information Juliet IFR to Memphis.
Washington Eagle 514, San Antonio ground, expect EDC.
Works for me. Alright, so we'll wait on that, but hopefully as
Delta
sent.
2147, crossing 31 left on November.
It is 3018.
Okay, 31 left for Delta 2147.
So we'll check. 3018 is set 3 times.
Right, if I could.
And field elevation here
7 Alpha Delta, expect runway 31 right for departure.
is what? 809 feet. Okay,
31
well,
right for
we'll show a little
departure.
higher than
7
that.
Alpha Delta.
But that could be just a matter of it being slightly higher. So sometimes, actually, we will have a moment, we'll look on the chart. So the field elevation, see, it's 755 there, 786 there, 809 over here. It might be higher on the west side. You know, like this ramp area might be higher than the rest of the field. I don't know. It's close enough. Within 75 feet, you typically don't worry too much. You know, it's 80 something, and it's reading a little on the high side. 840, but it's fine. That's not bad at all. Let's take a peek at our clearance. Snyder 2, Blooms, Humble, J29, Eldorado, Hobart 4, Memphis, 270-7437. So that's dial that in now. 7437. And we'll go ahead and get the transponder mode on. And then what else do we need to know from our Snyder to departure, Bloom's transition, climb, tower assigned heading, then S filed. Of course, that's what the departure says to do. 5,000 is our initial, and expect 270 10 minutes. 127.1 is our departure frequency. I'm going to fill a couple of these in on my little chart here. 127.1. Transponder was 7437. And departure 31 left. We're pretty sure, at least that's what it said in the ATIS. And the initial was 5,000. Okay. And that's all consistent with what's on the chart. The chart says, you know, maintain 5,000 until cleared any higher, and we're just going to assume 308 will be our tower assigned heading unless he says something different in the takeoff clearance, and then radar vectors to work.
Or San Antonio ground, Delta 2145. Look for Alpha.
Okay, so nothing really surprising there. Let's go ahead and get those rest of those parameters set. We'll set 5,000. Flight directors can come on. We'll arm the altitude. The initial heading we said was 308 off of the runway 31s. So 30. So there's 310, and we'll go down 2 clicks to 308. We're going to go ahead and put this back into conventional nav mode, or no, not non-conventional nav mode, RNAV mode there, and there. So that's done. Back to the flow list we go.
Delta Romeo November 07.
Altimeters, field elevation, comm radio set, IFR clearance, FMC route. First waypoint is armed, squawk and transponder set, heading bug, autopilot mode, RNAV, flight directors on, initial altitude set and armed. Alright, well, we're ahead of the game then, because I think we've still got a few minutes here. We've still got about 5 minutes before we board. So since I've got a few minutes, guys, if you're new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, we've got a side project that we do with every stream that we call our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is an image description that we send into ChatGPT at the beginning of every live stream, and it roughly represents what we're doing on the stream that day. And then you guys can thereafter Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, to put in your request to add to that image or modify that image however you like. No, not a paragraph, but a few sentences or I'm sorry, few words or a simple sentence. Since we are flying the Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops event here on the VATSIM network, featuring Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and we got a VATSIM air traffic control all over the region tonight. But in honor of the fact that we're flying through Texas, we've done kind of a Texas homage with my 3 furry co-pilots. So we've got them dressed up in their best Texas cowpoke garb. Walker, Texas Ranger in the background, Miss Kitty there with him as well. So that is our slant artwork adventure, and if you want to add to that image or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, and then once I see that you've done that and call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to take it even further off the rails.
Celsius 1605, Crossmore Trail. Yeah, sorry about that.
Why aren't I in the Texan? Says Melvin Leroy. I know. I should be in the Texan in Texas. I wanted to fly this. I wanted to do a couple regional hops, but no. You bring up a good point. That is fair. Too late to change it now, but that is fair. Let's go ahead and pre-plan our pushback. I think we'll plan to push out here in that direction, facing that way. Obviously, we're not going to move anywhere just yet. But we'll push to there. Go ahead and get a tug. Go ahead and get a tug hooked up. We still got about 3 minutes until we are done boarding. Our plan was to be pushing back about now and then taking off 10 minutes from now, taking off the top of the hour. So we have put ourselves behind by a couple of minutes just by being a little bit too aggressive on that turnaround time, but I think we'll be fine. We'll get airborne as close to the top of the hour as we can. Anything else I can kind of do? Yeah, none of the rest of this stuff I can really do ahead of time. I mean, we can set the cabin pressurization to 27,000 feet. But none of these other switches we can really do until we get up and running. So
Southwest 1605, contact tower 119.8. Over to tower, thanks. Have a good weekend. Southwest 16056.
19.8's tower departure was 12. Was it
127.1? As soon as that Southwest clears.
Yeah, 127.1. So we've already got the radio set. We got ground here, tower here, and departure here. So we're all good to go. We're transmitting and receiving on COM2 for the moment. And just about 2 minutes until we are finished boarding. We'll show you since we got a moment. It's the Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops event. You can see that there's all kinds of air traffic control on the VATSIM network staffed up through Dallas-Fort Worth. And you can see that Dallas-Fort Worth is getting absolutely hammered with traffic. Houston's got a pretty good business going as well. San Antonio kind of the third tier, I suppose. DFW is just one of those that anytime it's staffed, you can expect a madhouse there. So we deliberately avoided that. We started up in Albuquerque. We came in this way. We're stopped here at San Antonio. We're going to go over top of Houston and then up to Memphis to close up shop. Probably, so the event goes another hour and 8 minutes officially, but we expect we are going to get up into Memphis just a little bit after the official event time at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So we may or may not continue to have air traffic control services when we get up there. I got a few friends in this ARTCC. Maybe they'll see that I'm coming and they'll stick around for me a little bit. But never expect special services. We will continue to have services as long as they are available, and if they happen to evaporate before we get up there, then so be it. Alright, just about ready to go. Last few bags being loaded onto the aircraft. Doors being closed.
21 off on Gulf. We're looking to get taxi to the FBO on this side of the airport.
And they are good. Okay, well, we are set.
FBO on this side?
Yeah, of this side of runway 31.
Verified that we do have brake pressure, and the parking brake lever. Parking lever is full. You can see the little silver area. That means it is pulled out. We do have brake pressure, so that means we can go ahead and remove the wheel chocks here. And while we're looking at this thing, we'll go ahead and adjust the trim for takeoff. If we just click on the center of gravity, it'll move that wheel to where it needs to be. Nice and cheap there. And then we can turn on the oxygen systems 1 and 2. Go ahead and get our fasten seatbelt signs on. Let's get an updated
Center ground Scout 5041.
22, so what is that? Low 70s?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about
Mid 70s?
A bunch of crossings on the runways there. You can go to taxi runway 31.
Yeah, we'll call it low to mid 70s.
But you might want to wait till that cap passes.
Very gusty winds, partly cloudy skies, very gusty winds.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
So we'll let our passengers know to buckle in nice and tight. Fasten seatbelt signs, cabin pressure set so we can get the ice detection switch on and on and guarded. We'll get the engine anti-icing on. That's just for the startup process. And then down here on the TMS, we said 22 is now the temperature. So we'll go ahead and get that dialed in. 22. And let's go power and take off. And flap set. Bug set, rather. Alright, greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Memphis. We are due to push here. We were due to push 5 minutes ago. We're expected to be wheels up at the top of the hour. We're going to be just a few minutes late getting off, but we'll be getting underway as soon as possible for you. And once we're airborne, the flight time expected to be 1 hour 41 minutes up to Memphis. We'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you. Weather here in San Antonio is partly cloudy skies, temperatures in the low to mid 70s, but extremely gusty winds. So we do expect it is going to be a little bit bumpy on the way up to our cruise altitude, so we do ask that you fasten those seatbelts 1 extra notch for us as we climb up our way through that. Once we get up to cruise, hopefully we'll find a nice smooth cruising altitude to take you up to Memphis in. Welcome aboard, sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we will be underway as shortly as possible. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flight 5514's service to Memphis. Alright, we got the tug here. Let's go ahead and get the beacon on. We can jump up top, and we can get pack number 1 off. We can get the rest of the fuel pumps on. Get the start master on. Starter 4 selected. And then let's check in with ground to make sure we've got clearance to move here. San Antonio ground, Washington Eagle Flight 5514's off of Bravo 7 with Juliet looking for a push.
Washington Eagle 5514, push to your discretion, calling for taxi.
We'll call you for taxi, Washington Eagle 5514. I wasn't sure if that was a named taxiway behind us or if that was a alley ramp, but we are rolling. Building's starting to fall away. We'll start with the number 4. Whoop, start master on, starter on. Okay, nobody moving over there to our over our right shoulder, so we're good here. We're going to wait until 2% is in. Right up there. Okay. Fuel coming in.
Let's respond again.
Once we get through 10%, that will really start to accelerate, and then that red light will go off, and we'll move on to the number 3.
Allegiant 3241.
Okay, there we are.
My scope here. And Skywest 55841, go to contact tower 119.8.
119.8, Skywest 5841, bye-bye.
We're what?
Okay. 2% in. Fuel coming in.
All good. Have a great flight.
Ferry co-pilot Finley not happy. Alright, parking brake back on for now. Okay, red light number 3 should be going off any second now. There it goes. Up top. Number 2, start. Yeah, Mama Slant not happy with Finley. See an arrival just landed, touchdown in front of us. Okay, 2% in, fuel coming in. CB Flyers here. Hey, CB, how are you? Okay, red light number 2 is off. Let's come back up top. Let's fire up the last one. Looks like a departure going off in front of us here. What happened? Did I accidentally kick that back off? Okay, yeah, I double clicked it, and
ground Delta 1222.
It didn't look like it was supposed to have interfered with it, but it did.
Delta 1222, take to parking via November across.
There we go, 2% in.
Right on November.
To the gates via November across 31 right and 31 left on November, Delta 1222.
So CB Flyer, and those of you just joining, our slant artwork adventure for the evening represents our flight through the state of Texas, the great state of Texas. We got our ferry co-pilots in their best Texas garb. We got Walker, Texas Ranger, Miss Kitty in the background, and Deputy Keeley there in front. You guys want to make a modification to, or addition to that image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do.
14 to let me know when you're ready for taxi.
Yeah, it'll be 2 more minutes. Alright, so start selector off, starter, start master off, screen and probe heats, engine anti-ice can come off, engine gens on, packs can come on. What else? Anything down here? Yes, it is customary to keep the APU on for takeoff on this aircraft, and the hydraulics and hydraulic cross feeds can come on. Okay, I think we're set. Master warning knob can be disengaged. We'll set flaps 18. We'll check the control surfaces. Ailerons we got gauges for. Everything else we're really just checking outside. Someone will tell us out back that we got movement on all of our control surfaces properly. And so we will say that that's done. Spoilers retracted. Parking brake is off. All warnings extinguished. And config check has passed. Alright, so
1222, we can see it right on Gulf here or to the next right?
Back with you, West Central Kilo, ready to taxi. Alright, you guys stepping on each other. I believe the first person wants Delta 1222.
Minimum
Yes,
departure
we take a right
fuel
on Gulf, we take
47.
right.
We got plenty. We got over 60.
Roger.
And who's looking for taxi?
November 818 Lima Lima with info kilo.
Number 818 Lima Lima, hello. Would you like 3-1 right, or do you want to continue on through on
Mission
left?
Kilo is now current 3023 is now correct altimeter setting. And ground Washington Eagle 5514 off Bravo terminal information Kilo. We're ready to taxi.
Washington Eagle 5514, we're running 3-1 left, taxi via Gulf November, give way to Delta, passing on Gulf.
All right, Gulf and November to 3-1 left will give way to Delta. Washington Eagle 5514. Okay, so
We're going to need 3-1 right, 8 Lima Lima.
5 November 818 Lima Lima, runway 31 right, taxi
we'll
via
advance the
Delta,
throttles here
Romeo
after
November.
Delta passes by.
3-1 right, Delta Romeo November 8 Lima Lima.
Okay, taxi light on. Straight ahead to Gulf. Alright, once we're away from the ramp, we can go ahead and get our weather radar turned on. It's a fairly short taxi, so I think we'll go ahead and alert the cabin crew. Looks like we're going to be not waiting in a queue, so we should be number 1 or close to it here. Continuous ignition can come on. And I've done something to jinx the call-outs, so we'll just say that they've gone cabin crews secured for departure. I know. Melvin says, the sounds of your dogs being bossy make me smile. It's just like my house, says Melvin. Finley's having a fit. Mrs. Slant's trying to get him under control, but she's not having much luck. He's old, he's up in age.
3300 on frequency.
Sometimes it's not even really clear what he's upset about. He's grumpier and grumpier these days. I know his health is not great. Delta.
Let me give way to the southwest 8 Lima Lima.
Number 818 Lima Lima, yeah, probably a good idea. He's not responding to either me or tower right now, so just hold short right there for a second.
So I think this is us here. The taxiway letters aren't lining up.
Washington Eagle 5514, contact tower 119.8.
Hi, 19.8, Washington Eagle 5514, thanks. Alright, so taxi light can come off since we're pretty much holding short here. San Antonio Tower, Washington Eagle 5514, short of 3-1 left, we're ready.
Sorry, what was that call sign?
Washington Eagle 5514.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio Tower, 135.018.28. Fly runway heading, runway 31 left at November, cleared for takeoff.
3-1 left at November, clear for takeoff, and runway heading, Washington Eagle 5514.
Southwest 3300, San Antonio Tower, contact ground.
Okay, strobe lights coming on because we're entering the runway. Oh, we got a rate coming in. Get the landing lights and the turn-off lights on since we are cleared for takeoff. So as soon as we turn up runway, we will see that the folks up ahead will see that we've got our forward-facing lights on. That'll be a clue to them that we're rocking and rolling. In case they get a clearance to cross, they'll see us with our lights lit up down here. They'll know not to do that. Spool the engines up, make sure no warnings, no vibrations. Spy Flight hitting us with the raid. How are you, Spy Flight? Appreciate you and continuing to support the channel.
TMS sets takeoff.
Oh, there we go. Our call-outs are working. Okay, takeoff power set. We're going to push the forward. Yeah, push the yokes forward. Pin the nose wheel down to the pavement until we get the 80 knot call.
80 knots, cross-checked.
Alright, there we go. We can release the forward pressure. A little off center line here. We'll fix that.
V1. Rotate.
Alright.
V2.
Positive rate. Gear coming up. We'll pitch to the bubble speed until we get to 1,000 feet above ground level.
Washington Eagle 5514, contact departure today.
Well, the departure, Washington Eagle 5514. We'll see you. San Antonio departure, Washington Eagle 5514 is 1,600 going to 5,000.
Washington Eagle 5514, San Antonio departure, radar contact, right turn direct, Snyder, climb and maintain 7,000.
7,000 direct Snyder, Washington Eagle 5514. Alright, so we'll set the altitude to 7,000. We know that Snyder is somewhere off to our right. We're now through 1,000, so we can set max continuous. Lower the nose slightly and help the speed start to come up. Let's not do too much of a sharp turn. Let's get ourselves directed to Snyder. Enter.
50412, descend and maintain 3,000. And 310, 50412.
Alright, so rolling out onto that turn. Have it do LNAV.
Safe flight speed. Select flaps.
Okay, flaps can come up now. We'll continue to increase our speed to reach 250. Now the lift is going to fall away while those flaps come in, so we'll have to add some up pressure on the yoke to compensate for that. We'll retrim it. Still want to retrim a fairly shallow climb until we get the speed up to 250. Let's just capture a vertical speed of about 1,000 feet there. Okay, autopilot's now engaged. We got the LNAV, we got the vertical speed captured of 1,000. Okay, there's our 250 knots with the indicated airspeed mode. All right, well, thank you very kindly for the raid from the spy flight. Hope that everybody had a great spy flight there with your host Dave. Thanks so much for the continued support of the channel, and for everybody that came over from the spy flight. Tim Dogg's here, Captain Chris is here, and Mr. Spy himself, I'm sure. Appreciate the continued support, my friend, and hope that you all had a good one. We flew into San Antonio. We just departed San Antonio, getting rocked up and down by these gusty winds here. And we're heading up to Memphis to close out tonight. Probably going to overstay the VATSIM air traffic control, but heading up to Memphis for leg number 2, about an hour 40 or so in the air. Now that we're wheels up. Going up on 7,000. We're going to have to level off for now. Hopefully we'll get higher from the controller. Since we're about to level off, I'm going to need to pull the throttles back so that we don't pick up too much airspeed. And have it automatically sync. Captures the 7. Throttle back. Oh, wow. So, yeah, you did Fort Worth up to Memphis. Denver to Fort Worth to Memphis, Captain Chris. All right, very cool. Yeah, we're going to end our night at Memphis as well. And then, Did some German ops, Frankfurt to Heathrow. Busy. You spent all night in busy VATSIM traffic.
300 Vector.
Very cool.
Number 818 Lima Lima off San Antonio departure. Yep.
So we're level at 7 here, waiting on higher. Just manually throttling to keep about 250. Kind of just watching the bubble here.
Washington Eagle 5514, climb and maintain 12,000.
Right up to 12,000 now, Washington Eagle 5514. Alright,
Marker
so
81
there's
at
12.
cleared Arnav Zulu runway 4.
We can arm that indicated airspeed mode. And we'll add some throttle back to max continuous thrust of 857 on turbine temps.
Alright, 818 Lima Lima on San Antonio departure, ready to contact, turn right heading 090, climb and maintain 11,000.
Manually throttling to that for now, but if we pop that back into MGT mode, then MGT or MCT, I think that was marked.
6 miles from Nasty, turn right heading 0.
But that will automatically fine-tune and synchronize the 4 engines to push that same amount of power out.
Vector 020, maintain 3,000, hold down for the island, make more approach left,
Tim says, I did some American ops, Fort Worth to Memphis also, now headed back. Memphis back to Dallas Love. Okay, there you go. Doing some Southwest ops. So we'll high five you as we pass there, Tim. Alright, we can close the airport diagram. We got directed to Snyder. No additional altitude or speed restrictions on the way now.
Contact Houston Center on 132.77.
3277, Washington 5514. 3277.
Houston, good evening, American 570, check in about 8 miles southeast of the beach.
American 570, Houston Center, welcome.
Yeah, forward facing lights off.
Down to 320 over.
A couple other things we'll do so you can check in.
Level 64, Houston Center, climbing takeoff 300, I'll get you up to the stern, right heading 010, climbing takeoff 300, vector stern sequence.
1,000 to go. Finish your readback.
Clear Magic, climbing takeoff 300. American 3077, center 13,
Guess I'm going to have to level off again.
Delta 948, Houston Center, you good?
Yeah, all good, Delta 948.
Okay, Delta 948, maintain file 220, please.
Let's pull the throttles down so that they don't pick up too much airspeed.
That was 1935, good as Magic.
Good work, Magic, up with 1935.
Center up Washington Eagle 5514 is 12,000.
Eagle 5514, Houston Center, welcome, climbing takeoff 270.
270, Washington Eagle 5514. Okay, there we go.
Delta 948, contact Fort Worth Center 134.02, bye-bye.
So let's get that going quickly as we can. We got a few other things to do in the aircraft that we're kind of behind on now. But we'll arm that. Let's throttle up, and then as soon as it comes through 250, we'll capture that speed and it'll push it up for us.
Delta 1591, Houston Center, Roger.
Houston Center, good evening, American 92, 1616,000.
Okay, there's 250. Another max continuous. Sinking at 857.
Start creep and up to 220, American 92.
Adjust the plug, 250. Let's do a pressurization check, make sure that we're still breathing.
So the cabin altitude climbing through 5,500 now, still climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18, and then fully up to the red mark or the yellow mark cruise. So far so good. And then we can come up here, we can turn on the engine air. Yeah, you have the APU running to power the packs during takeoff and landing in this aircraft. But now that we're up through 10, we already got the forward-facing lights off. We get the continuous ignition off. Engine air on, APU air off, and APU off. On top, we can do the hydraulic crossfeed systems. Kind of backup crossfeed systems can be shut off as well. Okay, so yeah, we got behind there because we had those 2 level offs that we had to manage. Kind of put us behind in terms of just the aircraft system management, but we've caught up now. Climbing at a good 250. Yeah, I mean the bugs. The bug will go wherever you want it to go. It's like we're maybe a knot or 2 slow. Not going to worry about that. We'll take the 250 all the way up the cruise. We're cruising at 27,000, and then once we get to 18,000, we'll do another climb check. Make sure we're all still breathing okay. Anybody else check in that I missed? Ruby says I'm doing Mexico to Syracuse in the C-750. Oh, that's a fun flight. Is that Cancun? Cancun, Mexico, right?
United 2260.
Coming back from spring break there, Ruby?
2807, yeah, 2260.
CB Flyer wants to add to our slant artwork adventure. Sorry I get a little distracted there, CB, but here's our slant artwork adventure. We got the pups. We got dressed in their cowboy garb, and we need a platter of Texas barbecue for them to eat. Says CB Flyer. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you for your patience on that. I know that of course you knew I had my hands full, so I appreciate that. But all good.
Yes, Southwest 3086. We're descending on the walk and stuff.
Southwest 3080. Oh, there you go. My call. Southwest 3086. Houston Center. Contact Houston approach 120.05. Bye-bye.
Sorry, can we get that a frequency again for 3086?
120.05. Bye-bye.
Alright, see you with that.
12005 order.
Underway. We'll see how that goes. You guys that are new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, it's an activity we call our slant artwork adventure. We kind of start with an image description, we feed it into ChatGPT. The idea is to create the thumbnail that we'll upload the video to YouTube with. So we try to make it somewhat tied into what we're doing. Since it's the Texas Triangle, we decided to make it a Texas-themed image with the furry co-pilots all dressed up in their best cowboy garb. We added our friend Walker, Texas Ranger. Rest in peace, Mr. Norris. By the way, Chuck Norris did not go to heaven. Heaven came to Chuck Norris.
13402, Southwest 1935. See you.
Southwest 3178, approach 1917.
A little late on the rim shot there, but.
Okay, work. Anybody need anything?
No, we're good.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you're ruined it. Anyway, through 18,000, we got the standard altimeter set. Once you set the standard altimeter, then you are officially at a flight level. By the way, not until you set a standard altimeter are you at a flight level. But we are now officially at 189er, getting ready to pass through 190, and then the other thing to do at that point is to do a cruise check. The cabin altitude sitting pretty right at 7,000. Not climbing any further, which is good, and then the differential pressure, a third of the way up at 10, 2/3 of the way up at 18, and then the rest of the way up at cruise, so everything's proceeding normally with cabin pressurization system. Everything is good to go there. Oh my goodness, that is a delicious looking platter. Holy cow, CB, I'm gonna have to take a break out of the cockpit. CB says I was also flying out of Austin, heading to Denver, so it's all good. Dude.
American 92, Fort Worth Center, 134.02.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a break out of the cockpit. I'm going to have to go get some food. I did
for you.
I did grill up some steak earlier this week. I got some,
Appreciate it. Delta 236.
got a couple of New York strips still sitting in the fridge left over. Oh, that's a nice looking planet show. Yeah, man. Good call.
Maintain fluid gear in the traffic.
Got me drooling on that. Right? I know. CB Flyer says, yeah, okay, time to eat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. We have to cancel the rest of the stream now. Yeah, we still got the vertical speed fluctuating. Still some very gusty winds throughout the entire south central and southwest of the U.S. today. And it definitely affected us in our climb the first time. We certainly felt some effects of it on the approach. Not as bad as I thought, and actually we wound up well left of center line because I was compensating for a crosswind I thought was going to be there that wasn't. But then on the climb we're kind of getting rocked a little bit here too on leg number 2.
Eastern Center American 8193 and flight level 380.
American 8193 Houston Center right now. Delta 6605 Houston Center 134.2 below.
34.2, 6605.
Yeah, so see how we got this vector.
American 570 Houston Center 128.07.
Well, no, yeah, we got this vector. We got told direct Snyder, and I kind of eyeballed it, and it took me a minute to actually get the direct in. You see, I was pretty close, and then we got to fine tune.
Yeah, 2490 Houston Center 1.
I had remembered from the chart that it was going to be basically off to our east. So I knew when we got direct Snyder, I was like, well, I'll turn eastbound and then we'll sort it out from there.
Unreadable.
Venues in Delta 1691, top of drop.
Delta 1691. Champion the phase 5 arrival Houston altimeter 3014, maintain 280 knots in the transition.
Champion to Bay 5, 280 on the transition, Delta 1691.
And Houston Center to the southwest, 2326,
Is there,
2326 Houston Center
is
right
there
now.
anything else in terms of speed restrictions, altitude restrictions? No, not really? Okay. Kind of done with that then. We're going to come in from El Dorado and come up this way. And, yeah, and then after Hobart, we're going to end up here out to Rocab. Now, the UNS-1 has a very primitive flight management system. So it's going to put us at the lowest allowable altitude all the way in. I say, we know Rocab's going to be at 10. Let's backtrack. Yeah, Hobart has to be at or below 210. Well, we're going to be well below 210 because we only got 13 miles there. So I usually say 4,000 feet per 14 miles, right? So I use 3.5 miles for every 1,000 we need to descend. And I know that the kind of standard rule of thumb is 3 miles per 1,000. I really like 3.5 miles per 1,000 just as a slightly more conservative ratio. I feel like the math works out better in terms of the 3-degree descent at 5 times your ground speed, so I like that 3.5. It just makes the math a little harder because for every 7 miles, you're dropping 2,000 feet. And the multiples of 7 aren't quite as readily available in your head as multiples of 3 typically. But we can kind of work it out. So 14 miles, I would say almost 4,000 feet. So Rocab at 10, I'd say Hobart at 14, and then 28. So that's another 10,000. No. 35 would be 5,000. 35 would be 10,000. So 28 would be 8,000, right? 8 times. Yeah. So 10. 14, and then another 8 would be 22,000 at Otis. So yeah, I think that's my plan. Otis at 22,
Hobart at 14, RoCab at 10. So that's what I'll program into the FMC here in a little bit. Actually, let's do it now before I forget.
1917 at 2806, thank you, man.
That also kind of assumes that landing on 3.6s remains the plan up at Memphis. And we got about 2,000 feet to go. All right, let's pop the nav plan over here. Let's pop VNav here. Yeah, so see, it's automatically going to just go with whatever the lowest is. So, you know, Hobart. You know, what did we say that we wanted to do there? 14,000. You know, your FMC and your more modern plane is going to do this for you. It's going to come up with a descent plan that most efficiently meets all those requirements. The UNS-1 isn't quite as sophisticated, but you know, you can do a little math. Do a little math and come up with a descent plan that's just as good, really. So then it puts that into the top slot, Hobart at 14, RoCab at 10, but then we said 22 and they're 8,000 at Otis, right? So we'll go ahead and put that in the top slot. Otis next. Yeah, there we go. Right at 20 and 22,000. Oops. 22,000 at Otis. Target descent speed will be 2,000. Yeah, obviously we got 394 miles to top of the descent, and we would only descend 50 feet per minute if we were going to start down now, so let's not do that. But then, like I said, I think that gives us a nice smooth Otis at 22, and then we've got 28 miles, so that's 28 by 7 is 4, so that's 8,000. So 8,000 to Hobart is 22, and then 14, and then we get another 14 miles almost to get the RoCab by 10. So yep, I think that's perfect. And the alarm means that we are 1 to go on our cruise altitude as well. 500 to go now by the time we looked up at it. And just confirming we are set to standard. Go ahead and bug our cruise speed, Mach 7.2-ish. What will happen when we get up to cruise, we'll go ahead and turn the fasten seatbelt signs off.
Center, Redwood 1535, 14,000.
So I'm going to keep climb power set until we get up to cruise and level off and let the speed pick up. And then once the speed is right up under that red line where we want it to be, you know, then I'll knock it into cruise power. Now this is not an auto throttle per se, but it will set the engines so that all 4 of them are putting out exactly this temperature. And then what you do is you see whether or not that gets you what you want in terms of the speed, and then you can adjust it up or down accordingly. So it does require some manual intervention, but at least it will keep all 4 engines perfectly synced onto that power setting.
Sorry, we'll get for 36.
Yep, contact the first 1190.17, bye-bye.
11917, bye-bye.
Alright, so did we turn the fasten seatbelt signs? Okay, they gave the cabin announcement for that too. We'll give a quick announcement as well. Finished to the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 27,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Texas barbecue. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we will give you an update on the weather situation in Memphis once we are ready to start our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Memphis Airport. I don't know why I said airport at the end. Obviously, we're landing at an airport. Service to Memphis Interstate. Service to Memphis High School? No, Memphis Airport. Duh.
Memphis International Airport if you want to be specific, but, you know, again, kind of redundant information. Now, and I have heard from industry professionals that the reason that the cabin announcements tend to verify the destination every time is, you know, really kind of a reassurance for first-time flyers that, you know, one of the paranoias you may have if you're not a frequent air traveler is that you've somehow wound up on the wrong plane, which is less and less possible now that they do so much more identity verification everywhere you go. But it is still a fear that people have if they don't fly frequently. Yeah, right.
American 91, 8193. After we will join the Link 1 arrival for flight. When you Lima India November 0.
Gotcha. Link 1 arrival.
But yeah, but I have heard from industry professionals that that's one of the reasons that they do that. They re-verify that destination every time. It's just that extra reassurance for less frequent travelers. Okay, I'm good. I'm going to the right place. That's what Memphis is indeed where I'm trying to get to, and that's what they keep saying, so I'm good. Everything's good. Right, Finn? What are you so grumpy about today, man? Look, dude. You see this picture that my stream made of you? Just sitting there chowing down on a nice big platter of Texas barbecue. That's why you're grumpy. You don't actually have that. I get it. Well, and Mozzie's smoking a cigarette. I mean, that's annoying. That's reason enough to bark nonstop. I sent that picture to my wife before the stream started, just to crack her up, because she gets a chuckle out of these. I don't know. She cares about the ones that I do that are of me, but she gets a chuckle out of the ones I do with dogs. She opened it up, and she goes, "Mozzie." It's like, yeah, hon, I had the same thought. I know. Kids these days. What are you gonna do? The Texas Cowboy is it's just a prop, Mom. It's just a prop. He's a Texas Cowboy.
Phenom 400, you're clear to the Echo Charlie Golf Airport radar like this order to the next file, maintain 3000, expect flight level 4101, back to departure, please, 7373.
CB says, I'm not gonna lie. I saw that platter and I started looking up a local barbecue menu near me. I may have to hit up tomorrow. I know, dude. So, you know, I don't know if Mission Barbecue is a national chain. I'm pretty sure it's a regional chain. Mission Barbecue is kind of a what do they call it? A fast casual. You order at a counter. You can either sit down and eat or you can carry out. So it's cafeteria style service, but it's a barbecue place that offers all kinds of different barbecue meats. And so we have Mission Barbecue that's throughout this region. And then here in town where I am, we don't have a Mission Barbecue immediately in town. But we've got a place actually right by my work, like walking distance from work, that is pretty much modeled after a Mission Barbecue. And and that was the first thing I thought of when I saw that. My wife and I have plans tomorrow afternoon. She's got her monthly nail appointment, and then we're going to go hit up somewhere to watch the Orioles game. And yeah, I think we might have just decided where we're going based on that picture. Alright, so it looks like the speed has stabilized pretty well. Everything is going as we like to say, and I always spell it wrong. Maybe I'm getting it right this time since it's fresh on my mind.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
So.
Houston Center,
Oh, did we do a final cruise check? Or climb check? I don't think we did, but yeah, okay. So the cabin altitude is still sitting at 7, differential pressure still under the max, and cabin altitude no longer climbing. So I guess, yeah, now that we've done an official climb check on our pressurization system, I think we can see if we can duck out of the cockpit. I do need to refill the beverage to a little liquid recycling. Yeah, I really want to get a snack of some kind. I don't think I can, though. At the moment. I think I've got enough time for that. But we'll see if Center will let us step away for a couple. Center Washington, taking 5514. Are you okay to step out for a couple?
Yeah, it's approved before that.
Okay, thank you. All right, friends, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Doing some Texas-style flying here in the BAe-146, heading up to Memphis. Back in a bit.
Go 1549 contact Fort Worth, center 123.55.
Fort Worth, center 123.55. Houston Center, Redwood 1535. You wanted us at flight level 310, correct?
Yes, it's going to be 310. That's the highest I can give you. Fort Worth will give you higher one, so you can do 55.
All right, thanks, Redwood 1535.
Houston Center, Axiom 400 above deck.
Keep off the message.
Axiom 400 at boundary.
Roxy 400 runway 22 right, taxi to Alpha, crossing 1 Alpha.
Runway 22 right via Alpha, cross runway 22 left Axiom 400.
Houston, Southern Accent 425, verify. Can we cross on CT right?
Crossing CT right at Alpha.
Cross on CT right, Accent 420.
Delta 420, descent there, 120.05. 120.05, Delta 420. United 20.9, descent there, 120.05. There are 723 Church Charleston, VOC, or step 9.
Okay, Houston Center, American 1296, passing flight level 181 for 630.
Back with you, friends.
That's fine, so
Sounds a little bit busy.
723 Church Charleston, Bellary 12,250, northeast, not coming
I'll check back in when he seems
Bell
like he's got
at
breathing room.
12,000, and
That's like the
3026 for
speed's crept up just a tiny little bit, but it's still below the barber pole, so I'm just going to adjust the bug to match what we're doing. There we go. Yeah, if it continues to creep up, we can take the 720, bump it down to 710. Obviously, it was that stable the entire time I was out of the cockpit, so obviously it's pretty close to being dialed in. So I'll check back in with the controller once he's not telling every other plane to stand by. But CB had said, just as I was stepping up to get out, the closest place I have to that now is called City Barbecue. 3355, Washington 5514. We'll see you. So he caught wind that I might be back in the cockpit. Maybe he's looking on the stream. It's like, oh, that guy's back. Good, I can hand him off.
74, flying in, K, flight level 350.
So CB up there back. Center Washington Eagle 5514 is 270.
Washington Eagle 5514, 4% hello.
So CB said the closest one I have now is called City Barbecue. There was a hole-in-the-wall type place very close that was open just Thursday through Saturday. Yeah, I love that extended weekend days, right? That did also did barbecue competitions. However, they did not survive the COVID pandemic. Oh, there's a lot of great places. Really great local, like you said, hole-in-the-wall. Really great local businesses, like mom-and-pop family-run businesses. Just didn't have the financial fortitude to get through COVID, but it was, it wasn't because they weren't great places or well supported by their customers. They just didn't have the reserve cash necessarily, or the access to the reserve cash, which is unfortunate. Hopefully, a lot in our area, a lot of those places that folded under COVID, they were able to take it as their opportunity to retire. So, kind of a happy ending in terms of, like, they didn't retire destitute, but they took their retirement, and it maybe it accelerated their plans, but they retired, a little earlier than they intended to. But yeah, the younger ones, the newer businesses that were just getting off the ground, but were really great local businesses like that, those were the tough stories, like people that really tried, got out there, got a foot in, got a foothold, and then just got shut down and had to go back to work for somebody else. Those are the heartbreaking stories.
Fort Worth Center at with 15 pretty fast, level 310.
Tim Dog made it down. Made it down at Dallas Love 125. So Dallas Love, I equate it to Midway. Just that secondary, smaller airport. Although I don't think Dallas Love is quite as tightly confined as Midway is.
1535, go ahead.
But of course, same as Houston. Houston, you have Houston Intercontinental, and then you have Houston Hobby.
Dallas, you got Dallas Fort Worth, and then you got Dallas Love, Chicago, you got Chicago O'Hare, Chicago Midway.
American 2649, contact Memphis Center on 132.
I mean, heck, even DCA for that matter. You got Dulles and Washington.
3255, American 2649.
Dulles and Reagan. Yeah, LA, you've got LAX, but you've got a lot of little satellite airports with a good amount of commercial service. Yeah, even Miami. You got Miami and you got Fort Lauderdale right there.
27, direct to
Direct for Skyway 55.
Alright. Expected to be down an hour from now. So that should mean we're about a half an hour from top of descent. And if we're cooking at 440 knots, that should mean we're 220 miles from top of descent. Pretty close.
410, 1285 heavy.
Pretty close. Got it down right on the aiming marker. Yeah, those smaller places, Tim, you got to do that. You don't have a 10,000, 12,000 foot runway to work with. What is the runway configuration of Dallas Love? I think I might be overstating it. I don't think it's quite as restrictive as I'm making it out. No, 8,800, 7,700. Yeah, so it's not too bad. I think Midway is a little smaller than that. So that's not too bad. That's reasonably doable. Although the weather there's not looking great. 13 gusting to 19, broken at 2,300, overcast at 31. So you had some cloud bases, but not super low minimums. But you got a good shoving around as you were making your way in. Yeah, Midway's 6,400-ish, 6,500-ish, yeah.
Contact Memphis Center on 132.55.
That was a Memphis 3255 from the 411 today.
Target 2647 Memphis Center on 132.55.
3257 today, American 2467.
I'm going to get that tuned. Just as it's likely to be our next handoff as well, although probably not just yet. Do I want to look at the basketball scores for today? I haven't really been paying attention since I've been streaming. We heard somebody told us earlier that Duke survived a close one. Oh, 5-point game. 5-point win over St. John's. Tim Duck says I can see Chick-fil-A from my gate. Well, yeah, but I mean, Chick-fil-A is good and all, but look at this. Come on, this has gotten me to literally salivating. Like, literally salivating. Alright, what do we got here? Spoiler alert for anybody who's watching any of these games later. So, turn it off if you need to. So Michigan 90 to 77 over Alabama. Alabama was up. Alabama was up early in 11-2. Okay, but that's just out of the gate. But even 8 to play, they were up, well, 6. Michigan started to pull out. Alabama brought it back, got the lead back for a minute. Yeah, it looked like second half, Alabama must have just been out of gas because they fell behind early and it just got wider and wider as the second half went on. No, good run though, good run. There's a Dickey's barbecue. I don't know what Dickey's. I don't know. I don't know who how good Dickey's is. I don't know that chain. So yep, top seed survives in the Midwest. Top seed survives in the East region. Let's see how did that one go? 5-point game at the end. How did that one go throughout though? Yeah, it looks like St. John's tried to make a run. Let's look at I like the game flow chart. Yeah, look at that back and forth. Duke ahead early by what, 7? St. John's flips it. They stay up by 5 there. Duke surges back out, up by 4. Tied at the half. 1 point at the half. St. John's from, look at this, 17 to 7, a whole 10-point stretch. St. John's was in command. Duke just came back. They battled. Duke pulled away at the end. And just
49. They're coming in really broken.
St. John's just couldn't keep up at the very end. Looked like a good one. Looked like a good one. So the 2 1 seeds, the East 1 seed and the Midwest 1 seed, both move on. And then these guys are in progress. This is at the half, so UConn. You can never count Izzo out, man. You never count Izzo out. He's only down. He's only down 8 at the half. That game's far from over. And then this one's just getting started, really. So, okay, I'm caught up now. And then round 4 is 2 games tomorrow, 2 games Sunday. That's a little easier to keep track of.
We are 2000 VFR Southeast JustFlight following to Houston.
Sounds like our very good friend, the Flyer Studios on channel.
And Fort Worth, been at the 1 Charlie Golf.
We're getting rocked back and forth just a little bit here.
Yeah, 1 Charlie Golf, we really got that one upset. 1 Charlie Golf, 4,000 cities.
1 Charlie Golf, 4 Center, hello. Fancy 5, could you say where you are again, please?
Fancy 5. What in the heck?
Fort Worth, we are VFR 2,000 feet southeast bound, flight bob.
Fancy 5.
The Flyer Studios loves to do out-of-the-box military ops on the frequency. You've heard him on many of our air traffic control streams doing just that. I always do my best to accommodate. I'm not real strong in military phraseology. I do my best. I usually hold my own, and every now and then he'll give me like a prod. Like, he'll read something back that I didn't actually say, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, I should have said that, so, yeah, thanks. So he keeps me honest. It is sometimes difficult to juggle that with whatever I've got going on, but normally he's good at reading the room and working his stuff in around what I've got going on, so. But yeah, always keeps me honest on the military stuff. And I will say, without, I guess, giving away too much, he's got some military aviation in his background, so I'll leave it at that. I don't want to don't want to dox him, but yeah, well, he's part of the Washington ARTCC, a good friend of the stream. I think the very first time I went to ZDC Live, he was ground and I was tower, or vice versa, at wherever the featured field was, and we were kind of hung out hammered home beverages while we were working. Yeah, unable to do the workload. Now, I did that to him. CB, I did that to him. Where were we? I was working Seymour Johnson approach, and we had a featured, we had a GA featured event at, I forget the little airport kind of over to the east end of that Seymour Johnson Tracon. And I had 5 or 6 in the pattern over there, and he wanted to do a touch and go, and I was like, no. You can do your touch and go at your military base. You don't need to go join the mess over there. So, but like I said, he's good. He read the room. He understood that. I wouldn't say I'm able unless I'm in it. He's probably lurking on the channel right now. And then when they'll be the only one, right? No, he's a good dude. Good friend of the stream, and like I said, it's good that he flexes the military stuff, but he does it in a nice way, in a gentle prod way. Like, if there's something I should have said that I didn't, he'll read it back anyway, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, you're right. So it's a good refreshing course when he comes on. I think he's only been to that one live that I've been to. He ends up in various schedule conflicts of anywhere from dozens to thousands of miles. Ruby just touched down. Where were you going? You were going from Cancun to somewhere, Syracuse. You're in that fast jet. You weren't in the slow station. You were in the fast station.
C-35, Runway C-35, looks like everyone's going to be closing up. Radar service terminated, change cruise.
Alright, guys, have a good night, bro. C-35.
So he just went closed, but it did sound like he did stick around long enough to answer that guy.
Delta 1285.
You're okay. He is going to go through the scope
49, everyone's going to be closing up. Radar service terminated, change cruise.
Let everyone know what's going on. Now, I don't know. He hasn't called us out by name yet.
23, we're all closing. Radar service terminated, change cruise.
Change cruise, that's 1030.
So we'll see if Memphis does the same or not.
Hey, I'm 41 Charlie Golf. I hear rumors that you're closing. We'd like to go ahead and go down lower down to called 2000.
Frequency change approved. Proceed at pilot's discretion.
All right, cruise is requested and radar service terminated, change cruise.
Yep, over to advisory down 2000. 41 Charlie Golf.
So
I'm actually Victor. I swear I should know your call sign, but I can't remember.
That's Washington Eagle. We've been forgetting it all night too.
Sorry about that. Washington Eagle, we're all going to be pushing up. Radar service terminated for change cruise. Have a good night.
Have you heard from Memphis? Are they staying on or are they bailing too?
Memphis is no more handoff.
Alright, gotcha. We'll go to advisories. Have a good one.
You too. Galaxy 507, we're closing up. Radar service terminated for change cruise. Good on first.
It took me a second to realize he was even talking to me. Papa X-Ray Victor. What was your call sign again? I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Papa X-Ray Victor. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, that's me.
25, we're closing up. Radar service terminated. Squawk VFR.
Holy cow. Alright, well when the dust settles,
we'll kind of peek in. I know these guys are all going to, you know, talk to their planes one by one and let them know what's going on when the dust. So it'll take a few moments for them to actually log off. But when the dust settles, we'll see. You know, hey, who knows? Maybe Memphis Center will shut down, but maybe Memphis Approach might stick around. Or maybe just the tower or the ground controller. Who knows? We'll kind of peek in and see if there's anybody left over. I guess we have a more immediate readout of who's on and who's not on this list here. Although this is going to be a little bit more centered to who is nearby. So Memphis Approach is still on. The Memphis Center's still on for now, but I have a feeling they're going to slowly but surely make their way off. And we kind of expected that. It is 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and that's the end of the published event time. And I know that it's always great when the facilities can kind of stick around and clean up traffic that's still out there, especially if there was any kind of a delay program instituted, like, you know, well, I was going to try and fly in there, but I couldn't. I was told I had, you know, 45-minute ground delay. So now you're punishing me for having to wait for you. But that's just, you know, that's just what you have to accept when you fly into a Friday night ops anymore. Friday night ops traffic has increased to such levels that it's not easy for facilities to plan for the amount of arrivals. The amount of arrivals that want to fly into the featured field oftentimes exceeds the amount that they can accommodate in a 4-hour span. Even if the first one lands at the first minute and the last one lands at the last minute, the number that want to go there in between exceeds the amount of aircraft that can actually arrive in that space in the real world. So you know, that's not always anything that the controllers can do about it. But yeah, we appreciate it. We got great service for the 4 hours that we were on, and you know, like I said, we'll see if the maybe the approach controller ends up sticking around for a little bit or what have you. I know that the center controllers in particular are often worked to the point during an event that they're just at the end of the 4 hours, they're just like, I can't even, like, my brain's melted. I can't even stay on if I wanted to. You know, whereas the more regional controllers that had, you know, busy traffic but not the entire sector's worth of traffic, you know, some of them sometimes are like, yeah, I could stick around for a little bit. A lot of times when I control, you know, I'll stick around and be the last man standing if I can. The exception for me sometimes is when I'm working that Chesapeake sector that comes into DCA. And if I'm the last man standing there and all this traffic is coming in from the northeast going to DCA, well, number one, I pick them up, I radar tag them, I give them their descent instruction, I hand them back over to advisories. So, you know, there's really no sense in me staying on for that. Well, plus, if New York Center's offline, then those guys are coming in cold. And I'm just having to pick them up all up off of radar, you know, off of the untagged returns and assign them and then send them contact me's and wait for them to call, versus just getting handed them in sequence by New York Center. Handed in sequence by New York Center is very easy, but when I'm having to tag every single one, send the contact me, and wait for them to call up, it's easy to get behind in that situation when it's an overwhelming amount of traffic that's still trying to come in. So a lot of times in those situations when DCA is a featured field, New York Center's popping off, the control sectors around DCA are popping off, I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'll go when everyone goes, because it's not going to do anybody any good for me to stick around in that situation. So Tim says, yeah, that's why I try to fly before or at the top of the event. Yeah, I know. I thought about that too, Tim. Like, the events are typically 7 to 11, and that's kind of what I target my stream time as. If I started the stream at 6:30, then by the time 7 o'clock rolls around, I've got the plane powered up, I've got it boarded. 7 o'clock, all the controllers come on and get my clearance, and I'm ready to rock and roll, and then I've got a little bit more time to
to fly before the air traffic control coverage drops. The reason I don't end up doing that, number one, is just because that consistent 7 p.m. start time works for me. It allows me to come home, settle in, cook dinner, hang out with my wife, watch a little bit of TV, and then come and stream. And believe me, when I start a 7 o'clock stream, I've started prep probably between 6 and 6:15. So that's already a short amount of time that I'm hanging out with Mrs. Slant before I ditch her and come in here. So starting a half an hour earlier would be basically I come home from work, I shove something in my mouth, and I run into the sim room and, you know, barely see her. But yeah, that 7 p.m. consistent start time just works for me, and that means, you know, we don't get airborne until 7:45, and we've missed, you know, the first 20% of the ATC coverage. I get that. It is what it is. But it also means that there's traffic ahead and behind us when we go. It's a little more immersive that way. So Tim continues that thought. He says, unless it's JFK, which you can depart and land close to the event start and still get to... Right, because you get stuck in all that long-haul traffic. People coming from thousands of miles away trying to time that event start. Yeah, I get it. Memphis is still showing on for now. Let's at least pop into the frequency, 3255. And let's see if they're telling everybody they're leaving or...
2649, welcome to Little Rock, Texas, less than able time, Peter Rand, talking in.
To the left.
So if he tells everybody he's leaving, then he's leaving. But if he
2647
acts like he's still working traffic, then I'll just check in with him.
Go ahead, American 2647.
We're nearly on top of El Dorado VOR, so it would be a nice...
Yeah, precision traffic stall, and we're all going to be vacating here shortly. I will be closing the open further traffic.
Yep, never mind. There we go.
Radar services, terminated PPU, frequency change is approved.
Toodles, American 2647.
Central aircraft time now 03100, medical center is now closed, not over proper advisory frequencies.
Okay, well, so we'll do the same thing then with approach now. 125.8. And then we'll see if we can hear him talking about closing up or staying on or what. It's a little ways before we need to check in with him. But we'll see. If he's, I expect the same. I expect him to be telling his traffic that they're slowly but surely closing up. At the moment, we still got ground and tower services logged on at Memphis Airport as well. So between those frequencies, 19.7.
26 November, Memphis closing on 5, and it's frequency change frequency.
Alright, we'll change frequency. Have a good one. 66
And then ground is what?
Memphis closing on 5 minutes.
Ground's 121.9, that's what we've got tuned in. So it sounds like Memphis Approach just said he was closing up as well. Stu must have just closed up as well. Stu 222 just sent us the rate. Hey Stu, how are you, man? How's the hair dryers? All 5 are functioning. Although we do have one, we have the center one shut off for right now. But all the hair dryers are functioning just fine. Stu, how are you, man? I assume you were controlling for tonight. It's not a given, I guess. But hopefully you guys had a good stream. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Everybody coming over from the Stu 222 channel. We're doing a little Texas hopping. We were in the BAe-146. Oh, you were flying tonight. Okay, so you did San Antonio to Houston, Houston Hobby, right? And then to Dallas Love, and then back to San Antonio. Oh, you literally did a Texas triangle. San Antonio, Houston Hobby, Dallas Love, San Antonio. Nice. Yeah, so we are doing Albuquerque down to San Antonio, and then now San Antonio up to Memphis. And we kind of lost all the air traffic control basically all at once. Memphis lingered a little bit. Memphis Center lingered a little bit, but we checked in with them and we heard them telling everybody that they were closing up shop. And then we, yeah, sounds like a Southwest napkin system dog, yeah, basically, right? And then we just checked in with the Memphis approach control, and we heard him tell folks that he was closing up shop. So I've got the frequencies for tower and ground tuned in, just in case they're still on when we get there, but it seems like we will be finishing this thing on advisories. Lava Cow checked in. Yeah, Lava Cow was one of the many, many voices we heard on the other side of the radios tonight. Lava Cow, good to hear from you. Hope that the event went well from your standpoint. We had fun. We had fun working with you for that brief period when we passed through your sector. That was a good time. For the folks just joining us from the Stu Radio, Tim Dog wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure. All right, Tim, let me know what you'd like to do. But for the benefit of those just checking in, our slant artwork adventure is an image that we pass into ChatGPT. We pass a brief image description into ChatGPT that generates an image roughly representative of what we're doing on the stream that night, and then you guys, once you see it, can choose to add to it or modify it by cashing in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then when I call on you, you can let me know what you'd like to do. A few words, simple sentence, not a paragraph by any means, but just a little bit to incrementally add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. So this is our homage to Texas. Obviously, we were in the Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops event, as we were telling you earlier. Dallas, Houston, San Antonio were the featured airfields. So we did our little homage to Texas. Our furry co-pilots dressed up in their very best cowpoke gear. And little Deputy Star there, our little Deputy Keeley. I got Walker Texas Ranger in the background. I got Miss Kitty back there. And a beautiful plate of assorted barbecue products. And almost makes me inform on what a restaurant my wife and I are going to tomorrow to watch the Oriole game in the afternoon. I can't believe those dogs are still holding a pose with that plate of meat in front of them, Mrs. Papa Charlie. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be, and I also know that they wouldn't be. Tim Dog wants to add a bottle of barbecue sauce. We could do that, Tim Dog. You can do that, Tim Dog. And again, anybody else on the channel that wants to suggest an addition or modification to that image, something simple like that, so we do it, you know, little modifications at a time, but just like that. But go ahead and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, which you can find there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then that gets you in to make a modification or addition to our slant artwork. Oh, we finished that one pretty quickly, actually. Laredo, KLAD, right? Isn't that Laredo? Laredo barbecue sauce? Aviation theme somehow. That's cute. I know, Papa Charlie. It almost feels like you ought to do something about that, right?
When you get on the ground, hold short of my contact ground point. I really gotta go now. Yeah, sorry about that.
All good. Thanks so much. We'll hold short of my ground. Have a great night.
So that's approach that we're listening to. Papa Charlie wants to go ahead and make a modification to the image. So Papa Charlie, let me know what you're thinking. Although I think you maybe already have.
Memphis approach, Redwood 1535 on the hub Explorer arrival, 15,000.
Redwood 1535 on Explorer, we'll close it up a little bit down. You guys launch her again, so I'm gonna...
Okay. Nice. Good.
I'll show you what I wrote. and then we'll see how it interprets it. Alright, approach is closed, and it also looked like the tower controller shut down. So the ground's the last one standing. And I know sometimes ground controllers, S1 ground controllers particularly, you know, they get enthusiastic about providing services no matter what. Yeah, we're about 19 miles from top of descent here. Let's get an updated. Did we get an updated ATIS information, or did they shut down? Yeah, they shut down Memphis ATIS. So let's just get a METAR there. KMEM. 030 We're going to go ahead and keep the plan to land on 36 left. Altimeter to 3047. We'll go ahead and dial that in. The temperature 9. Ooh, chilly in Memphis, and that's not even a food reference. So high 40s in Memphis. Ooh, 3047. Nice light winds and mostly cloudy skies. Alright, so let's get the seatbelt signs on first of all. High 40s, mostly cloudy, light winds. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs and asked that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. We are just about to start our descent down into Memphis. The weather there is currently showing in the high 40s, very light winds and mostly cloudy skies. We expect to be on the ground there in just about 25 minutes. We do thank you again for flying along on Continental Express Flight 5514 service to Memphis. Alright, and remember what we had done earlier. We knew RoCab at 10. We knew the 14 miles was going to give us about 4,000 feet. So we did Hobart at 14. And then we knew that 28 miles was going to give us another 8,000. So we did 22,000 at Otis. So 16 or above, but we're going to do 22. 210 or below, but we're going to do 14. And then RoCab directly, exactly at 10,000. Now here, Hobart at 14, we got to keep 280. Oh, 290 at Otis, 280 at the Hobart. Okay. Alright, well there's our top of descent. Let's go ahead and spin this down. Let's arm that. We're basically at 290 now, so we'll just kick it into indicated airspeed mode. Descent and sync. And as we pull the throttles out, that'll cause the plane to pitch down in order to maintain that speed. If we don't no longer have the thrust to maintain the speed, well, then the plane will have to pitch down to maintain the speed, and we've got the autopilot in the mode where it will just adjust the pitch however it needs to maintain that speed that we set. 30, what was the altimeter in the ATIS? 3047. I'm going to go ahead and set that just in the standby for now, so that when we do drop through the transition, we'll just have it right there to refer to. Man, that's added about 500 feet. That's a good one to get right when it's that high. We do need to descend at 2250 in order to keep up with the descent plan. And that's about what we're doing right there. So we'll go ahead and just leave the throttles right where they're at. Matter of fact, I'm going to capture that vertical speed because I want to maintain that exact vertical speed per the box. That's what we need to do to hit 22 at Otis. However, at Otis, we are at 290, and then at Hobart, we need to be at 280 knots. So we got 28 miles there, but I'll make the modification to get down to 280 by that one. We'll have to adjust maybe after we pass Otis. We'll see what vertical speed it needs to get to Hobart. It should be consistent. This should be a nice, easily attainable, continuous descent. We'll see how it goes. All right, CB. They're digging in, man. They're digging in. How exactly did I put that? I said the dogs would not be holding that pose with all that delicious meat right in front of them, so please modify the image accordingly. And I let it figure out what we were talking about, and it did. It did. So we should be past Hobart now. Okay, so now it wants us to descend at 1,900 feet per minute. Get ChatGPT must subscribe to the stream. Andrew Friable Logic wants to get in on the action there. Let's kick it out of vertical speed mode. I want it to shallow the descent slightly to get to 1,800 feet per minute, but we also want to lose a little airspeed. Actually, 280, man, it's looking kind of like what we're at right now, right? 250, 260, 270. 280. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and grab that indicated airspeed now. Adjust the bug so that it reflects that. But I have a feeling we're going to have to add some throttle back in now because it only needs us descending at 1,700 in order to make the next mark. We gotta have a dust devil in the background, says Andrew. Alright, we'll add a dust devil in. Alright, man, let me add a little throttle back in, make sure we get descent now. I overshot, but let's just see. And since we're coming up on 18, let's just go 30-47 across the board here. Anyway, as I was saying, I notice a lot of S1 controllers will stick around and provide ground only even after everyone else has gone home. I know that they're enthusiastic, they're brand new controllers, they want to get as much time as they can. I don't always know that there's a lot of value in controlling ground by yourself when there's nobody on above you. Especially for arrivals. Taxi the gate, have a good one, you know? But we'll see. If they are on, I will do my best to remember that they're on. And talk to them when we get down. Alright, so now it wants us descending at 1950. Now back up to 2000. So let's pull the throttle out. Yeah, no, I got you, Tim. I understand there's... I understand the motivation. It's just, it's so easy to forget that they're there when they're the only one. You're on advisories all the way in, and then you get down and you're doing your cleanup, and then, oh gosh, I've been on advisories for the last hour, and I forgot to switch over to the guy. We got an 8-ish running now. 347. Yeah, 36 left still. So we'll go 36 left. And then it wants us descending at 1850 in order to make the next mark. So we'll add a little bit of throttle back in. Dang, a little ice detection. Yeah, we're going through a little bit of a puffed up cloud there, we probably should deviate around it if we can. But let's just get continuous ignition. Engine anti-icing, wing and tail anti-icing. We do have the weather radar on. No returns. I don't know necessarily that it works in this aircraft and or that the tilt does anything useful. It wants us descending at 1900, and we're hitting that pretty close there, so I'll leave that alone. We are still at 280 knots, and then after Hobart, we get to ROCAB, we need to be slowing to 230 knots. So let's see where we are here. Oh, we're Hobart to ROCAB now. All right, well, we need to capture the vertical speed. And we need to come up top. We need to get the APU started back up, because we need to pull the engines down basically as low as they'll go. We don't want to pull them below 60. Actually, with the anti-icing on, yeah, we can't even go below 67. So we'll keep it at 67 until we've got APU power. Okay, APU power is on. APU air. Engine air. Okay, APU is also powering electricity, so we can go ahead and pull those engines all the way back to idle now. We need to get down to 230 knots. We're probably going to need to add some spoiler in here. Alright, and I'm going to go ahead and say we would have checked in with the approach control at this point, and we would be given a turn and descent toward after ROCAB toward freeze, and freeze is at 4,000. So let's continue down. 4,000. Okay, so it didn't capture. We're good. Let's go ahead and get it directing us to freeze. Okay, 230 knots, descending to 4,000 by freeze. And then let's start briefing the approach. 36 left, 108 and 9. And 360. Definitely going through some heavy preset now. If we go missed, it's 113.0 and 121, which would be 301. 113.0. Okay, speed's drifted up. Let's uncapture the vertical speed and pitch up just a little bit. 113.0, and the missed approach radio 121, which would be 301 again. Okay, minimums, we're going to call it 600. I got to set to 400 here. We'll call it 600, just round figures. Okay, I'm going to pitch up and let the slowed descent get us back down to our assigned speed of 230 knots. Oh, ground's going off as well. Nope. Well, what's the tower? We'll get the tower frequency from here. Oh, great. It's got multiple tower frequencies. Oh, there, it finally responded. 19.7. Okay, good. Oh, we're on it. We're on it.
There's traffic.
Alright, approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course set. Missed approach altitude. Straight to 1, left to 5 on a 330. Straight to 1, left to 5 on a 330. V speeds, yeah, we can go ahead and set the... Yeah, we can turn off the ice protection. Continuous ignition. Continuous ignition I'm going to go ahead and leave on, because we leave that on for arrival anyway. Go ahead and get the V-speed set for a flaps 30 arrival. And then we'll switch this over to conventional navigation. Alright, and when we intercept at 4,000, we should be 14 miles out. Memphis traffic, Washington Eagle 5514 is on a about a 15-mile left base. 5,000 we're for setting up for 36 left ILS. Washington, Memphis traffic. Graceful CTAF call as always.
Memphis traffic, Redwood 1535 is on a 6-mile final for, 7-mile final for 36 left Memphis traffic.
Alright, and our taxi is to the east side of the Y, if you will. Now you guys can start putting in some predictions as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We're going to pull that winner on Monday's stream toward the end. So all Monday's landings will count toward that March raffle. And and then we'll draw the winner. Where's my heading bug set? Heading bug is set over there. So I took it out of nav mode, and I didn't put it into heading mode. Alright, let's flip up top. Let's get the hydraulic emergency cross feeds, continuous ignition. We can forward facing lights on. blowing through our localizer.
Memphis traffic, grid book 1535, short final 36 left.
And that was traffic, Washington Eagle 5514, 13 mile final, 36 left. Memphis. Alright, I'm going to start getting a little speed brake in. We're just slightly above glide slope. We need to descend, we need to get back on the localizer. Well, we need to start getting to flap deployment speed as well.
Localizer armed. Localizer captured. Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Gears coming out. TMS is coming off.
Autopilot disconnected. Localizer captured.
Memphis traffic, Redwood 1535 is clear of 36 left at Mike 7.
So we got the gear down in green. We got one more notch of flaps to pull in. We are high on the glide slope. Straight to 1,000, left to 5,000 if we go. Missed approach altitude sets. And a right-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Correcting a little bit to the right.
2,500.
Still well above glide, but I feel like this
Memphis
aircraft...
traffic, Redwood 1535 is taxiing to the ramp via Mike 8 November, Memphis traffic.
I think we can make up the difference. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Glide's coming back in now. Memphis traffic. Washington Eagle 5514, the 6 mile final now, 36 left, Memphis. Alright, can we arm the glide slope now? No, it's not even letting us arm it. That's fine. We got the indicator. Flight director is going to be useless, but the glide slope indicator is working, so we're good. Now we're below glide. Alright, final landing checks. Gears down and green. Landing flaps set and checked. Right hand turn off if we make it down. Straight to 1, left to 5 if we go. Missed. And we have announced our intentions to land. Landing checks are complete. A little slow. Looking good on glide, but we're a little slow. Okay, looking good now. Well, heaven help us, they're going to make it easy now. Final call for the prediction strengths.
500 plus 100.
Landing.
Minimums. Minimums.
Glide slope.
$50. $40.
Yeah, we're gonna be way long here.
$30. $20. $10.
Ground idle.
Little firm by the time we dropped.
Brake pressure C.
Passable.
80 knots. $60 knots.
Yeah, a little chasey on the speed, and then we wound up kind of thumping it down just because I was letting the speed bleed off and holding it too high above the runway, as I tend to do in this aircraft. I did better on the first one when we were way off center line than I did on the second one. Memphis traffic, Washington Eagle 5514 is clear, runway 36 left, going to the terminal, Memphis. Go ahead and get flaps stowed, spoiler stowed. Landing lights off, strobes off, turn-offs off, taxi lights can come on. Flight directors off. TA and RA off. If I can find it. Oh, yeah, we never were in TA and RA, so there we go. Now we're out of TA and RA officially. Weather radar off. Alright. Let me make sure I got everything on the taxi again. Oh, continuous ignition. That's the one I always forget. The two I always forget, I guess we should say. Everything else I think we did. And then let's just see, are any of these actual players or are these guys I can run over? Yeah, I can pick any of these. So I'm supposed to take hang on. 9, 11, 13, or 15. I guess that one empty one ahead to the left is what we'll take. I think that's 50. Oh, it's not even empty. Okay, but these are not actual VATSIM players. This is just static traffic I still haven't figured out how to get rid of. I'll just go in between them. Alright, timing worked out good. I had said 11:45 Eastern. Pretty close to that, and we actually got airborne, what, about 5 to 10 minutes late, and we're arriving at the gate, 5 to 10 minutes late. Not even 3 or 4 minutes late. So I would say that's a win. Here's a marking. Alright, parking brakes on. Let's run through just the turn checklist real quick, and then we'll do the full shutdown at the end. Let's see. So taxi lights were turned off. Parking brake on. Master warning knob can come out. Let's get oxygen systems off. 1 and 2. Let's go up top here. Let's get engine gens 1 and 4 off. Screen and probe heats off. Pack 2. All cut-offs. Let's come down here and make sure all 4 went into cut-off, and they did. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. That's here. Pumps 1, 3, and 4. Ice detection. Beacon light. Strip up top, do the hydraulic pumps, and the AC and PTU pumps. Notice the hydraulic pumps were already off because the engines were shut off, but we didn't lose hydraulic pressure until we shut the cross-feed pumps off, which is exactly their job. They keep, I don't know exactly what they stand for, but their job is to keep pressure in the system even when the pumps have failed. So they were working until we shut them off just a minute ago. Always cool to see that. Let's go ahead and get the unloading started so we can go ahead and get the wheel chocks set, and let's go ahead and start the boarding. Not start the boarding, start deboarding. And then down at the bottom we can get the transponder dialed in 2000 and shut off the mode Charlie. Alright, so fuel and ETA, I had said the ETA was looking pretty good in terms of our arrival time. I had said 11:45 Eastern. We got airborne somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes late. I don't remember exactly. But 11:45 Eastern was what I marked, and it's 11:51 Eastern now. We expect that we have 7,200 pounds left in the tank. We had 543 extra, so I'm going to guess and say we got 8,000 in the tanks right now. That's what I'm going to predict. 8213, so a little more extra even. 8213. I might need to adjust the consumption numbers down slightly. We had almost 1,000 extra pounds here by the time we got down. So maybe I'll do that and see if we can get those dialed in even a little bit closer for next stream. Let's take a peek at your predictions. Your predictions were with respect to the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. And I'd made the same mistake in this plane that I often make, which is that I held it above the runway a little bit too high. I kept it, I flared and kept the plane approximately level at like 20 feet. And then once the speed bled off, it dropped onto the pavement from there. So registered at 210 feet per minute. Not great, but not horrible either. Where were the guesses? 181, 99, 163, 105, 170. That'll be a Melvin Leroy win. Melvin, congrats. All right, 3 more entries coming into Monday's landing rate raffle, because we're going to do 3 landings on Monday's stream, and then we'll draw the winner at the end. But Melvin gets the entry for KMEM on 3/27, so there you go. That's right. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Although I will say, oh, and Andrew, I forgot to show the result of our final modification for our slant artwork adventure. So we will consider this closed. But our final modification, our slant artwork adventure with the Dust Devil in the background. Winner, winner, barbecue dinner, I should say, right, Melvin? We had our furry co-pilots dressed up in their best cowboy garb, and then we kind of added a whole bunch of stuff to it from there. In honor of the Texas Triangle Friday Night Ops event, this is what we were flying in today. And so, you know, our slant artwork adventure is always going to be something that's roughly reminiscent or roughly relevant to what we are doing on the stream that day. So we started with the pups in their best Texas garb, Texas cowpoke getup, if you will, and then we kind of added some stuff to it as we went along today. So yeah, they got the nice. We got Miss Kitty in the background. We got Walker Texas Ranger. We got the plate of barbecue with the barbecue sauce on the side. Got the Dust Devil in the background. So there you go, our slant artwork adventure for the evening. In honor of Texas, I love the Miss Kitty, says Melvin. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, it was a very, very much a group effort tonight, so appreciate everybody participated in that. That's always fun, and we'll kick off another one of those on Monday's stream. Let me do the shutdown of the aircraft. We'll talk about what's coming up on Monday, and then we will go ahead and sign off and figure out who we're going to send the raid over to. Who are we? Well, I think we might have to do our usual Friday thing. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, well, I'll get to that in just a moment. But let's go ahead and get through the shutdown checklist. The nav radios can come off. There's nav 1 and DME and nav 2. We'll come down to the center panel. Chameleon. Power off. Yonder. Power off yonder. Down at the bottom, we can shut the yaw damper off. Shut the brake temp monitor off. Transponder's already 2000 at standby. We'll come up top. Brake fans can be shut off. All the masters can be shut off. Anti-skid can come off. Lift spoiler systems off. Logo lights, cabin emergency lights, no smoky signs. Let us hang on. I'm also trying to figure out what's going on with the channel I'm intending to raid here in a minute. Galley switch can come to shed. We can finally turn off that other pack. The APU air can be shut off. The APU can be shut off. The final pump can be turned off. Flight deck emergency lights off. Bus ties. And the standby inverter and generator. And then we'll go nav, battery switches, and there we go. Then over here, we'll go ahead and... Oh, I closed the passenger door before the deboarding was done. So all this would have happened after the deboarding had finished, obviously. But I'll worry about that. We'll just go ahead and say that everything's done and we're closing up shop for the night, guys. I'll fix that when we after we close the stream up. But yeah, we can pop out of the plane and close up on a nice stormy shot of Memphis. And as we said, we do appreciate you guys riding along with us tonight. So our normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. And that is going to hold for next week, except that I am going to miss Wednesday's stream. So we're going to be on just on Monday and just on Friday. Monday, we are back into the Learjet. The Boston Virtual ARTCC is going to be hosting its what do they call it? It's GA Spotlight. I forget what they call their thing. Let me get the show schedule in front of me. Maybe this ending conversation will go better. Monday the 30th. So they're featuring Manchester. So we're going to do one of our day in the life of a corporate charter pilot streams. We're going to fly out. We're going to presume that we're a charter operator based at Manchester Airport. We're going to pick up a group that is finishing up a spring break trip down to Nantucket Island. So we'll fly Manchester down to Nantucket. We'll pick up our group. We'll take them back up to Presque Isle in the very, very far reaches of northern Maine. Very, very northern edge of the airspace. So we'll say that they're doing a coastal trip to the island, and then they're going back to their massive palatial estate up at Presque Isle, Maine. We'll drop them off up there, and then we'll take the plane back to Manchester empty in order to close out the night, and, clock out, and head home. So that'll be a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot, from the base to the pickup to the drop-off, and the drop-off back to our base. So we got 3 more landings to perform for you on Monday, and that'll be 3 additional entries into our March landing rate raffle. And then as we wrap up the stream on Monday night, we'll go ahead and pull the winner of our March landing rate raffle entry, winning entry. So, and by the way, if you're new to the stream and you're not sure how that works, basically when we pull that raffle winner on Monday night, the winner gets their choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list, which includes any of our branded merch items. T-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag, which I'll ship to you at my expense. Or you can choose an electronic gift card to xplane.org store or simmarket.com or amazon.com. So those are your choices, and the winner of the raffle drawing on Monday night will get their choice of any of those. All right, so that's how that works. We'll see you then. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday is the normal show schedule. Off Wednesday. Friday, we're back into this aircraft. We're going to do the Friday Night Ops Down Under, the FNO Down Under. We'll fly this plane in a Qantas Express livery down in Australia. We always love when Australia, basically for them, is a Saturday morning ops, an SMO, but for us, the FNO. And always love when that comes around. That's always a lot of fun to get a place with new places to fly and unfamiliar procedures, unfamiliar accents. But always fantastic service and lots of traffic for those FNO Down Under events that they hold once a year. So that'll be on Friday stream a week from tonight. So always a good one to look forward to. And I'll miss you on Wednesday, but we'll definitely look forward to seeing you for both of those. All right, the full show schedule is under the About tab. The fuller show schedule over on our Discord server. The Discord server link on the lower right-hand side of your screen. And you can check that out. That's also a great place to keep in touch with us in between streams. If you had questions about anything that you saw or heard tonight, weren't able to get a word in edgewise, though, you can certainly pop in on our Discord and touch base with us over there. Very newbie-friendly community, so if you're looking to get on the VATSIM network as a newbie, that's a great community to join as our Discord. We've also got our YouTube channel on the lower left-hand side of the screen, and we've got a series called VATSIM Tutorials over there. Some information on what to say to controllers, how to put routes together, how to read sectionals, things like that. So how to file your flight plan and so forth. So check those out, and questions in the comments or questions over on our Discord server, more than welcome. We are going to send you to our very good friend Sim Caesar. We typically do this on Fridays. He does, after the Friday Night Ops, he does a nice train simulator stream. And a very chill, relaxing stream. Nice way to unwind from a Friday Night Ops event. So we're going to go ahead and send you over to our very good friend Sim Caesar. Make sure that you tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. Guys, we will see you on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend. Happy, healthy, and safe travels in all of your adventures between now and then. Take care, friends. Good night.